Okay, so today I'm going to do episode 4 in my mini series of GTA 5, where I'm doing the single player for the first segment, where I'm trying to kind of just wander around and see what kind of fun can be had in the open world in a game that you've beaten the you've beaten the story, but then I want to see like what else can you do, and there's not really that much that's really fun or intrinsic. There's a lot of mundane things like hunting and stuff like that that aren't really that fun, but or challenging or whatever, but we've just been sort of wandering around. I have died a number of times in a bit of a clownish way. And at the end of the last session, for some reason, my mic was muted for like the last 40 minutes of it. It was like an hour session. And the first like 20 minutes, my mic was working. But then when I went to check the VOD, that's the problem with not having like a ton of people in chat. Obviously, they're not going to tell you that. For some reason it was muted. I was like hitting some of the numpad keys because I thought I needed to use it for like the tank. Maybe that was what muted it. I'm not sure, but now I'll be paranoid and have to keep checking. But the problem is when I tab out too, the audio mutes for the actual game. Maybe there's a way you can get it to play in the background, but I'll do like a mini permadeath format for these sessions then. And the reason why, I don't know if this would be copyright music, just whatever he has playing in the background in his house, but what I'll do is I can play as each of the characters until I die, and then I can't play as them for the rest of the session. So I'll only switch if I
Surely not spending money on a bunch of liberal arts degrees has got to count for something.
I take home to punish for you.
if I die, then I have to switch characters, right? So you might think, oh, it could be like a copyright music thing, but no, the music from the game is still playing in that part. But whatever. Yeah, we played tennis against Amanda, and I was clowning her the whole time that she was too shitty. I guess I won't even bother to do commentary over that part. Like, whatever. It was probably me just rehashing some of the same things I said in the first two parts, where I keep, criticizing certain aspects of the game, but how they kind of strip the single player a bit dry. Again, it's a beautiful world, but there's not enough to do in it, and yeah, I won't necessarily seek out conflict as much. Right, I'll sort of just wander around and maybe try to do some other objective, and then if something happens, it happens. So if I die as Michael, then I can't play as him ever again, or just for this session at least. But that doesn't seem like a big deal considering that these sessions are pretty short anyway. But it'll sort of dictate, who we play as and who we change to maybe for next time. But whatever, I won't die anyway. As much as I make fun of the fact that, the permadeath run that I did of this game was so easy, the difference is like here I'm seeking out conflict, right? Like in the story, they don't typically throw a bunch at you unless it's a major mission. Even then, it's like a controlled circumstance. You're in a limited environment where you are like, there's constantly cover, there's constantly other AI helping you or something, right? Like you're in a more controlled environment. And I also haven't played this in a long time, or I haven't, I don't play games like this a ton necessarily of this style. But beyond all that, it's the fact that, it's different when you're seeking out trouble and conflict. I'm going to the military base, as Trevor, starting a fight there. I'm getting 6 stars. I'm fighting stuff in the water. But still, I've died in a couple really stupid, clownish ways. So the one thing I was curious about that I know was like a little mini mission was, there's like somebody who wants you to send them the, what do you call it? Like some sort of wildlife photos. And I really can't remember how you access that. There was definitely a little mini mission like that. And I don't know how you can see it. Yeah, or maybe it's just like an overall objective. Like in the, I don't know. This isn't the same file, obviously, as when I did that run, but I don't know what mission. You're not currently playing a mission. Help. I always thought this whole map and stuff was a little awkward. Like even when you go on in online, you have to like go in the map, then you have to click on it, then you have to like, it's not, you'll be going through a whole different thing while it's still going on in real time. When it's paused, it doesn't seem as bad, but okay, these are your stats. Overall lung capacity is pretty low. Like, how do you beat the whole game and you're still like that? Time played as this character, 21 hours. Time played in first person, 3 hours. Missions past 50. Last mission completed, death at sea. Letters, scraps, spaceships, parts. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so you're not doing it like a... How can, this is what I don't get as much as I'm clowning. Like, how could I have missed 48 out of 50 of those when I've wandered around so much? Right, the submarine I can understand because it's underwater. The problem with the wildlife stuff is you don't even know which ones you're missing then, right? Like, how do you keep track of it? For sale signs destroyed, 5 out of 15, probably just incidentally driving through them, not even meaning to. Time saved 147, cheat codes activated, total death 77. That's by explosion 13, that's by falling 3, that's by fire 1, that's by traffic 6, that's by drowning 0. Time swimming only 4 minutes, really? Distance traveled swimming 0.62 miles. Time underwater 54 seconds. Some of these seem so low. Like, how have I not done some of these things? Time walking an hour 55. Distance traveled 6.35 miles. Distance traveled running 37.83 miles. Fastest for, tell me how much distance I've traveled driving. Like, that's actually the interesting stat. That's going to be high. Farthest free fall survived 304.61 feet. Time and cover 1 hour 7 minutes. That actually seems pretty low too, but a lot of these seem low. Like, I don't get it. Los Santos radio, photos taken 6. Now how have I done 16 wildlife photographs, but yet I've only taken 6 photos? Like, there's something contradictory about this. Private dances, 100% checklist. Hobbies and pastime, random events, miscellaneous. How have I not even done all the strangers and freaks? I thought we had. Whatever, let's wander around a bit and see what we can do. Isn't that Franklin's car? I mean, it's the same kind of car as his default one. Or, no, it's not, but it looks very similar. In fact, the main character's cars might be unique, that there isn't anything quite like it. I mean, I really didn't do much to deserve that, but I'll let it slide. But no, I'm trying to go around almost like how I would in a Bethesda game or something like that, where it's just like an open world, fuck me. Where it's like an open world thing where you just kind of let things happen to you and you go wherever it takes you. So I'm not like actively seeking out anything, but yeah, it's bizarre to me that I haven't collected more of those things. That would actually give me something that I'd want to do. But the reason why I'm not super enthusiastic is because there's not really a whole lot that's interesting that's happening. Like, okay, I'll explore the whole world. Like, you know what would make that fun is if it was like online, where like there's a ton of stuff you can do and you might discover that stuff along the way, right? And you get to show off all the progress that you've made in the story, right? And all these cool cars and weapons or whatever. And so it's like, while you're doing that, this was the same place I ended up last time. I don't know why that thing is open. Like, you know, while I have my completed save, I get to show it off and enjoy all the progress or whatever I made, and I get to do other objectives at the same time. A lot of them might be on like the roof of stuff, but like, let's see if we can sneak up by climbing. There's always that effect, like you stick against an object a little too much. Yeah, let's try to get to the top with this, but it doesn't really make sense how you will. Like, of that tower. You just can't do it, I guess. They're not really even noticing me there. 100 sneak skill, which is also like, this is such a garbage system because I always clown it. Like, how can you have a third person or first person shooter without a crouch button? Like, no game in existence gets away with that, but little fanboys for this will defend it somehow. That you have, never thought I would play GTA 5. I mean, I don't really play it often anymore, but I mean, this is kind of part of the reason, unless I do online or RP or something, you know. It's like, what do people really do in the single player? That was kind of the whole question I was posing in doing this too. Let me try to do something fun in the single player, but there's nothing to do. Right, once you've beaten the game, just kind of wandering around. A few random events will happen here and there, but they're not like super exciting or challenging or anything, even though I have died a number of times, which is kind of embarrassing. Like, I died to the coyote. I was trying to like draw really quickly. Or yeah, here's something fun that you can kind of do that's not really that relevant, but you can like hold up the guy. I just started my shift. What? Wait, he pulled it, but he didn't actually do it. This guy's got some balls. He pulled the shotgun, but he didn't have the balls to actually take the shot. Nor would it have even killed me, even if he did. Right, like, you're just naturally bulletproof like that, even at close range. It's not going to one-shot you. Ah, yes, let me browse the internet while we Fuck, we should see his history. You can't. Yeah, it's sad to see them sort of castrate the single player so much in a way that, you know, I didn't really start that. But now let's do the one and only thing that can actually be moderately fun to do, which is killing cops, even though, you know, it's not as enjoyable as like the Red Dead bounty hunter. Oh shit, that would have been cool if that caused an explosion, but somehow he didn't. I gotta get used to this a little bit though. Like you kind of die a little bit more quickly than I give it credit for. I don't have body armor on, or I'm not prepared, and I'm just kind of doing it randomly. But if you get caught out in the open for a couple of seconds, it can be trouble. And you don't have Trevor's OP ability to lean on. Look at those gas prices. That's how you know it's a game. The choppers can be really annoying too. That one guy at the end of, I think, the last session or maybe the session before, evaded my shot so well. Like, he wouldn't give me an opening. I'm relying on the special ability kind of too much too. The best thing I like to do is just kind of keep moving around, where I, you know, don't stay in one place so they can't swarm you only but so much. But these fucking choppers are a pain. Like, see how the pilot's kind of staying out of my field of vision. Looked like he was dipping down there, but that's the one thing they'll almost never do unless it's inadvertent, is like they'll never hit you with their car, right? Like they won't really run you over with their car too much. Did I really get everybody in that so quickly, or maybe there weren't too many people in there? Yeah, let's go out into the wild and discover some spaceship parts and random things. But let me actually double check, not to break the immersion. But yeah, my mic is working now. I really don't know what caused it to mute last time. That was so weird. Like, just 20 minutes in, it randomly muted. These helicopters are so annoying. I hate wasting my explosives just like that. But like, let me try not to do that, but then I'll end up dying. Like, how am I not getting the fucking pilot? Or they go away even if they lose whatever shooters they have. Right, they'll have the one guy sitting there. There's that observatory place that you talked to Dave at least I think it is. Right, it sends you to like a lot of the key locations in a... Is that a cougar? Fuck. It'd be cool to like lure some cops up here and get that to kill them. I feel like the whole hunting thing is sort of understated. Not because, again, the game tries to play it like all realistic. Like, oh, we're gonna... Is that one of the wildlife photographs that I could take? I may not. I've actually done one. Oh, shit. That's part of the challenge. We have to do that as like a mission. But once again, you can't stay in the same place too much. My problem too is like, if you're better at aiming, you would like go in and out of the iron sights more. I just kind of stay in it, so I'll go a longer distance. So like I'll do it from here and drag it instead of like go here, shoot, then go here like that. That probably would be a lot more efficient. These choppers are the real boss here. Looks like somebody just picked someone up with that other one. I guess you don't have to go for the pilot all the time, or what? They can't afford bulletproof glass for the fucking pilot. Like, this is all you would do. Like, I don't know what else. And it can be fun to a degree, but it, you know, like an evil playthrough similar to, you know, Red Dead, where like the whole goal is just to do this, is a fine thing. But, you know, oh no, you can't tie up a girl and feed her to a crocodile or whatever they were doing in Red Dead 2, or oh, you get in trouble for it. But, or imagine if he hits me with that as he falls down, his final act of, even if it's an accident. This actually isn't too bad. The main people who can challenge me are just, oh, here we go, are the choppers. Right, that they try to drag those SWAT guys down with it, which is something they would do in GTA 4 as well. Right, it's not just a helicopter coming after you, but they'll even drop some of those SWAT team people after you. It's like some kind of guerrilla warfare shit. I have the high ground, but they're kind of getting me a little bit. In fact, you can die while in this one, I'm pretty sure. Whereas you can't die in the thing with Trevor. Right, when you're in his special mode. So as soon as I go out of it, I'll be dead. Because the one thing is, it's going to be hard to find cover, and look at that guy's aim, man. What the fuck? I'll just get domed because I'm out in the open, even though I have a bit of a high ground advantage, and I'm also in a position to sometimes I have to have a better overlay for my chat, because then so often I assume that nobody's in there or nobody's actually talking, but then I sometimes miss a message, or I don't know exactly when it was posted because whatever, like my phone's at a weird angle or it's charging or something, so I just don't expect a ton of activity there. Like, there is no cover to take, so now I totally am gonna die. Yeah, these choppers are really the menace over here. And you get this bullet time, like max pain type shit. One of these actually is gonna take me out. That's what I'm scared about more than anything. Like, imagine me getting away on foot like this. This is really how stupid it can be. But no, I want to try all those other layers of this too. But now we're actually playing for something, so maybe that's why I was taking it so casually. Look at this. This is unbelievable that you'd even be able to remotely... Oh, wow. I guess I'm underestimating that. I'm talking about the regenerating health, but I'm dead. But there's nowhere to take cover on, right? This is the one disadvantage of being out here. So I assume my health's going to come back, but it just doesn't because... Fuck. Okay, you know what, dude? Where's this clown? Oh, shit. What if I get it? Well, it's mid-flight. Oh, shit. Ah. Like, those SWAT guys will fall down from it. This is my main problem. Or because I'm sprinting so much. If I get one tapped here, it's over. The act of sprinting is going to... The act of sprinting... Ah, fuck. I shouldn't have stayed still. Is like draining your health as well. But no, that was relatively easy from the perspective of... You know what you got to do is like bring a car with you everywhere you go as like a form of cover or something like that. You just get out and take cover in it. So you have to switch this. I'll switch to Franklin. I'll try not to rely on the ability too much as far as... whatever Trevor's overpowered ability kind of puts a damper in it. But yeah, see, I didn't seek that out, right? Somehow it happened organically because I robbed the store, which is at least an activity that you can do. McCormick, Palmer, and Larson. But yeah, you feel kind of the best for Franklin about his house. The fact that he... Whatever... You know, this feels like the biggest step up for him, whereas Michael's already doing pretty well in witness protection, but it's just not enough for him, right? He doesn't do it out of any semblance of necessity. Trevor also is just seemingly a clown, right? That's doing it just for the fun of it or whatever he gets out of it. Where does that moped thing go? It must be in the garage. Right? Doesn't he always have that green shitty car? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I never really bothered modding these cars too much, I don't think. Yeah, I was trying to do this like little mini nostalgia series where it's like, oh, I'm playing this and I'm playing Hearthstone because those are both games that I played in 2013. Right, and so those were around the same time, so we're taking a trip down memory lane for whatever reason. But no, that's one thing I actually didn't consider, right? When would you ever be out of cover like that where... you know, there's no cover up there. I almost want to try it again, but again, let's try to wander around and actually do something else, and then if I run into this, I'll do it. Right? If I run into some trouble, I'll do it. But they don't seem to want to give you anything really challenging to do, even though I keep dying. That's besides the point, right? Because I'm seeking it out. You know, like, when would that circumstance ever happen? Even whenever you aggro the cops, you rarely... Either you fight the cops in a scripted way in the story, or... You, this could be bad. I was trying to, like, float out of it. Like, fly over it. If either you fight the cops in a scripted way, where there's, like, a fixed number, or there's some kind of control to the scenario, or you just run away. It doesn't really intend for you to fight them as much. Right, where you just fight them on and on with no end. I think I was trying to fall through this backwards, but it didn't work out. I guess my car's already down, but no, I was kind of impressed by that guy pulling out a shotgun at me. the fucking 7-Eleven worker or whatever.
Really great. I'm going to be a psychologist, so this kind of thing fascinates me. Just like really amazing, like spiritual and incredible. Yeah.
Psychology, that's my fetish. Tell me more, tell me more. Use some little mind trick on me to get me to do something for you. Which one said that? The blonde one?
Someone's on the rag.
I like how you're not really even doing anything. I mean, I guess they're on their private property, but they get mad when you just like stand next to them, or like, you're not really doing anything. Yeah, these are the same canyons where you pull down that fucker's house, or this might actually be the same exact house. Come to think, yeah, one of these. It'll be like what the most conspicuous one. So what if I go in there? Is he gonna be all like afraid of me, like he knows me, or it's really Michael who did it, or like they've repaired it by now? I can't remember exactly which one it was, but it's definitely one of these on this line. Yeah, this is just like a fun little random non sequitur miniseries, and I'll also be playing Hearthstone on and off like that, just because my schedule is so random now that I don't have like a fixed category. It's probably this one now that I think about it. Let's actually see if we can go up in there, despite the fact that there's no interiors here that actually work. Like so many buildings you can't go in and are just there for cosmetic purposes. You know, like who would, even from the streaming perspective, who would be doing a single player series of GTA 5 right now? And the answer is nobody, because, you know, unless you're playing the game for the first time or playing it blind or doing some kind of speed run or challenge run, right, then I could understand. But unless you do that, everybody's doing RP or modding or something else.
Hey.
You just said hey, like it's not an offensive hey. But no, it's actually this one where he had his mistress there or whatever. Yeah, that's why it's weird. Like a soccer coach couldn't, or a tennis coach couldn't afford this house, right? It was Martin Madrazo's old house. Well, I guess only old because we destroyed it. Gotta be a limited edition. Now that you shouldn't jump on because of the spikes, but it probably would let you. Yeah, like shouldn't you take damage always from that? He's showing her like a baseball card.
My bad. I apologize.
Loser.
Now, did she apologize because she got scared that I was going to do something, or because she realized I was just walking through? They get mad at you though sometimes genuinely for no reason. You're literally just walking and you walk like within too close to them. This is still in COVID mentality, like, oh, you walk within 6 feet of them and don't even do anything, and they're cursing you out and talking shit to you. Wait, this is the experience. This is what you would do. Isn't this fun? Like, you should be able to rob houses all stealthily, like you could do in San Andreas. Like I love when the series has mechanics in there, right, already. See, like, this is almost like a racial thing. Like, oh, we're seeing that Franklin's getting treated badly just because a guy just is walking down the street and you're talking shit to him. Like, and why did you disperse like that? I didn't do anything. I don't have a weapon out. I'm not doing anything. They all feel threatened by you for no reason. What even is this construction site? I don't remember what this is. Or this seems so out of place, actually. But no, there's so much interesting content that they could add in there, like where fuck, you know, they could give you little missions and things to do and things to steal. But there's all these empty areas. Like, this is how Red Dead 1 is. At least I haven't played Red Dead 2 enough to know anything, but Red Dead 1, like, oh, it's like all this empty space to explore. It's so cool, but then there's nothing there. There's nothing to find. There's nothing to do. It's just empty space, right? That's what Rockstar open worlds actually are. They're empty space open worlds. You can't go in the buildings. Most of the interiors are blocked off. You can't do anything in the world. There's nothing to really discover. There's no RPG elements or items. You could pick up money from a chest sometimes in Red Dead, but that's about it. Why is everybody's garage like partly open like that? We need like one of those things to look inside from Rainbow Six that you put like under the doors and shit. But yeah, there's nothing to find. There's nothing to really do or interact with. Nothing meaningful to collect. Maybe a couple odd items here, but it's just not quite the same. There's no sense of permanence in what you're doing, right? Like a sense of permanence and value in what you're doing that you get in Bethesda games, like you're leveling up or you're getting like a meaningful amount of progress, or a sense of like, I don't know, meaningful collectibles, meaningful things to work towards, meaningful places to discover and explore, right? Like that you can explore everybody's house here, but there's nothing to do with it. That's why it's a wasted open world that ends up being I couldn't tell whether that's a statue or not. It's actually a dog. Now Franklin loves dogs, so do we have like a little treat to play, like the one you play with Chop with? Isn't that something like in your fist slot? How do you do it? Wait, I thought you had like a little bone or toy that you play with him with. That's so weird. I was sure there was something like that. And I don't see why it would be any other different slot. Just casually cycling through all these guns that no one person could physically possibly carry. What is this here? That's weird. I know there is some toy like that, but I can't find it. He's just sitting there chilling. His owner must be out. Actually, I didn't see Chop myself when I was at my house. He's in the back by the pool, I think. Yeah, I low-key wouldn't mind doing this, like where I just wander around and explore every little nook and cranny, but it does feel a little vacant, and I think people will agree with that assessment generally. Like, you have the three tiers of open world design. At the top is like the Bethesda style. Even if you don't like their games or you find them buggy or whatever, fair enough, but that's just because their reach exceeds their grasp. Not even to simp for them, but like kind of in the past I would at least say that, where, you know, why was Oblivion buggy or Skyrim or Fallout 3? It's because they're making games that were so big and open and dynamic and so much content and so ambitious that maybe their reach exceeded their grasp. So I always say that. I'd rather have an imperfect masterpiece than a perfect mediocrity that plays it safe. Like, oh, The Last of Us, where it's a linear story game, so everything's scripted and narrow, and it's like, and it's still not perfect, but like, oh, the mechanics are good and, you know, there's not a ton of bugs or whatever, but the trade-off is it's like a very linear scope. It's not very open. There's not a lot of replay value, right? Things like that. Or even like a COD, you know, Call of Duty, you're playing the same maps over and over, and it's like, that doesn't mean that it's actually, so the mechanics can be really perfect within that scope, but it's like a lot of repetitious doing the same thing over and over within a very limited scope instead of freedom. So I can appreciate the ambition that leads to that, but the top tier of open world game design, I'm having trouble talking for some reason today. The top three tiers of open world game design would be, number one would be like Bethesda, where there's always dynamic content around every corner. There's great content density, content variety, a lot of collectibles, meaningful stuff to explore and discover. Like, the way you can measure that is like what I'm doing right now. Right? If you wander around the open world, how many interesting things will you discover or will happen or you just stumble upon, right? A dungeon, a little mission item, you know, some dynamic event that's really fun. So in Skyrim, you'll get a lot of those. In Fallout 3 and Oblivion, there's a lot of interesting stuff to explore and find and do, right? That's especially tied to the core gameplay and core mechanics. And so that's number one, is that those kind of games give you great replay value. Then Ubisoft is kind of in the middle tier, where they'll have great replay value and fun missions and different things to explore and discover, but they just won't be quite as good or polished or in depth. It'll just be a lot of throwaway kind of content that might seem repetitive and formula, but it will sort of be it'll still flesh out the world pretty well, even if it feels kind of a little bit lazy or repetitious or boring, or again, kind of, it might get stale after a while, but at least they give you stuff to do constantly and make good use of the open world. And then you have Rockstar, surprisingly, at the bottom tier, the third tier, where again, it's like between Red Dead and this, there's a lot of empty space and there's nothing to really do with it. Watch them take issue with me just walking. They'll get mad at you literally just walking. At least I assume they're talking to me. I'm done dating actors. So Franklin's actually pretty poor compared to Michael or Trevor, had like 39 million or something. I'm gonna drink your bath water. What is this, an Amaranth fan over here? Haha. I don't know if she actually did that or not, selling her bath water. The biggest problem with that is even if you took it seriously on a certain level, you would have does that say no telescope? Oh, 2 telescope. Like, how would you even verify that, assuming that you would even want such a thing, right? It could just be anything random, or maybe it is a genuine article, but again, the psychological aspect of people being into that sort of thing is what it is. But a 12-inch space penetrating telescope. E to look through the telescope. Wait, but it's supposed to be space penetrating, or these are just normal ones? Look how fuzzy that graphics are on that, though. What's the point of that? You can barely see anything. It's just such a weird feeling. Like, I don't know what to make of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm putting it to the test, but like, what is it that I'm missing that you would do? Everything is just mundane. Again, they want you to play online. You can't go in there, obviously, as well. I mean, at least some of these big major locations that you go conspicuously to in the story or whatever that seem like this, you should be able to at least go inside buildings like this one, or, you know, kind of key locations. I'm not saying every random house or every random store, but, you know, this seems like a noteworthy, out of the way, by itself location that deserves to be explored, and it's too bad. Try to pick a car that's Franklin style over here in Furnace. Somehow they don't seem as epic in this game, but in GTA 4 I love this because it was like the best car, the fastest car. Are they actually going to call the cops on me? I mean, they'll never catch up to me anyway, but too bad you can't listen to the music. I mean, by that logic, it's like, if you can play the game, you should be able to experience all the content in it on stream if you can stream the game. Otherwise, just ban the game overall. But obviously, there's like a middle ground, or something weird happens with the licensing in like GTA 4 even, or older games like this, like, Spec Ops maybe was like that. Yeah, this is the modern camping or hiking experience. Just do it with fucking technology. But it's a case where you... Like, do people still pee in the woods, or you'd have an outhouse or something? But the fact of the matter is that, yeah, I just broke my window organically while driving. Don't worry about it. But I love how easily they hotwire stuff, too. Can we climb on that, too? Fuck. No, the point was that... What was I saying? You can't go in any of the buildings and stuff, so at least some of the key ones should be there, or... let's try to hike up like normal, but I'll leave the car there as if it's actually my car. You can't go in the interiors. They want to try to get you to play online. What else was I saying? I don't know if you can shoot down those kind of bigger planes. You can definitely fly in them, or at least I remember doing it. Oh yeah, like GTA 4 lost the licensing to some music, so if you went back to play it, this is the thing, like, what if I just had the disc of it, the old version, original version, on an offline console? You wouldn't be able to update it to steal away the licensed music that would be on there, that, oh, your contract expired with it. Like, the same thing could happen with, like, NBA 2K, right? Like, oh, it only lasts, like, 10 years, so now after 10 years, they'll take it away and update the music and change it, like, or take it, you know, just remove it. Like, that's so stupid that you have to deal with that. It's like in a movie. You can't do that with a movie. Oh, the license expired, so now new versions of the movie on TV will no longer have that music. But if I have the DVD of it, you can't take that away. Like, what are you gonna do? That's the stupid thing about digital content sometimes, is like, you know, especially with multiplayer reliant games that like only allow you to play online. It's like, oh, you buy it and then a month later the server goes offline and now there's no single player mode, so you just wasted your money. Like, that's part of the buyer beware aspect of it, but I'm trying not to start a fight unless there's some reason to. It's almost like I'm RPing in single player, just like enjoying the view, the experience. Not really trying to do anything crazy. but you know, I'll start a fight with the cops if I feel like it. But yeah, there's so much effort put into like RP by people, not even from the RPing perspective, but I mean, like, the vehicles seem to have a certain other drift to them that, like, I've never really played it that much, but I think I remember doing like some court thing, but this was like a long time ago, similar to like my Ace Attorney Online obsession, like, but that was like way before the whole RP craze exploded. And you know, that's what people would dislike. Like, GTA RP was around, or Among Us was around before the streamers kind of took it over, and it's like, that shows you that it's not really authentic, genuine interest. Like, oh, if you had interest in RPing, you would have done it for years ago in plenty of other games, or you would have already been doing it. But oh no, there's a clip from GTA 5, XQC's playthrough, actually, where he's mocking it too, where he's playing the single player for the first time, like many years back, and it's like, oh, I'm not the type to do RP, or something, like, he's talking about it. And my friend said he was going to upload it, but he has like some of those old VODs saved that might not be up anymore, and it's like, he'd be saying, oh no, that's stupid, chat, you think I'm an RPer, RPer isn't my thing, and he's mocking it almost and ridiculing it, and you know, and then he goes on playing it for thousands of hours, like, oh, because that's where the content goes. So it just shows you like it's inauthentic, because what about the people who were doing RP years ago, right, and put so much time and effort into it and just had this small little close-knit community? I'm not saying to gatekeep with it, I'm saying it's one thing when you are kind of not genuine with it and you just kind of take it over and ruin it for everybody who is like serious about it, just because, oh, you want to have your biggest streamer doing it and they would feel like doing it, so now it sort of takes over the whole thing. Or even it really wasn't that close to you anyway, but Sisyphus Theater, which is the old story of like pushing the boulder up and down until it falls down, and that's like your torture, is like an analogy for life, right? You're working so hard just to live longer, right? You work just so you can eat and survive, and then just so you can continue to keep doing that. Like, it's a zero-sum process. You're not really doing anything of a higher measure, right? You do everything just so you can keep doing everything, just so you can keep doing everything over and over is the concept, at least in that. So there's nothing really interesting here. I wonder if events actually do happen here once in a while. Probably not. It's just something sad about the whole thing. Like, it's just empty. A lot of it is wasted, but I'm sure not online. I'm sure online everything is bustling, but even then, it relies a lot on the player base, or at least you can do kind of any of the game modes at any time. Like, the point is, it's a deliberate decision. Like, never forget that. It's not a coincidence that, oh, there's so much interesting content to do online, but, or even in RP that fans have to do themselves, or even in mods that fans have to make themselves, but the game itself is stripped of that. Why? Because they either don't care enough, or they want you to force you to play online, or whatever. But which I don't even mind that, because like I will do that as a part of this whole mini series that I'll do, like the 5 phases that I was talking about. The first one, I'm just going to do single player like this for a bit. Then I'll just trying to see what I can do in a beaten, you know, with the game beaten post story, whatever I can do with it, either try to 100% it or something. And then after that, it would be something I would do as a kid, like where I'd spend a lot of time in the same game trying to do like every little thing and every nook and cranny. But I guess open world games are so much more time consuming that that's still different. But I would enjoy and embrace the challenge of trying to 100% a game. Also blind, because you didn't really have the internet then, or whatever, guides and stuff were less common. So and even if I had them, I wouldn't use them. But yeah, so that's phase 1. Then phase 2 would be like some sort of actual permanent run of the game, where I can set some other challenge where like I can't fail a mission, or I can't whatever use certain weapons or special abilities or whatever it is. And then number 3 would be if I go and do the online. Then number 4 could be modding, and number 5 could be RP, whether or not I decide to do any of that. But no, it's kind of sad as somebody who was a bit of an RPer back in the day in other contexts, and even like a writing streamer, like I'd write little short stories out and stuff like that. It's disappointing because it gets tainted by the thing. Like, you get people who have done it for years and who are genuinely interested in doing RP and stuff like that and put a lot of effort into their character, and they get sort of sidelined, literally, you know, they can't log into NoPixel and people who are streamers can and stuff like that. They get sidelined for people who aren't as good at it based on whatever measure you want to use, or haven't done it for as long, or aren't as experienced with it, whatever. So you're getting lower quality RP just because, oh, you have bigger personalities. Like, I get the incentive behind it for the server, but I don't, you know, I don't like the implication of that, and how you just sort of take it over, like, oh, these people were happy with a small knit community, you know, in RP circles in different games and stuff over the years. There's always a community like that, and you might ridicule it, like, oh, Goldshire RP, haha, was the butt of jokes in WoW, but now all of a sudden, oh, it's a hip, cool thing to do because it's good for content, or, you know, like a reality TV show for streamers, that it's more about the personality than what they're actually doing, right? They can just kind of be themselves to a degree, and also it's like, again, it's not the act of doing it that I'm criticizing, it's the fact that the way, like with Among Us, like, oh, it was around for years, but, you know, it wasn't that popular, it wasn't a big streaming category, and then all of a sudden it becomes a big deal. So it shows you it's kind of inauthentic, everybody kind of just jumping on the bandwagon. So yeah, I feel bad for those people, not even that I was that big into doing it, but I feel bad for those people who were into RP before, and now it gets all like changed up and ruined potentially, and like taken over by streamers, that you can't just have like a small, quiet, close-knit community that you had before, which I'm sure there still are other ones. It just feels like the impression Really? Are you gonna start a fight? I was just kind of exploring. I was just exploring. I didn't want to start any shit, but I guess now we have to. Let's use this now as an arena to fight. Pretend I have to hold this down. I'll make my own missions, make my own fun. Oh shit. But I was trying to do something maybe weird with Franklin, where I have to like do an ammo run. Like, I have to pick up ammo from the people I kill because I don't know. And of course I don't have any abilities to lean on, or they can't even find me at the very place that I caused problems. They won't find me because they're on a different elevation. So literally, I don't even have to worry about it. Like, think about how long it would take them to get here, or maybe they somehow are, because they spawn in from kind of a close standpoint. Yeah, that was the whole notion of, again, I'm not gatekeeping RP and saying that people can't do it, but it's ironic that it turns into the opposite, right? They're kind of projecting. The streamers are actually gatekeeping everybody else who was originally doing RP for years and committed and wrote out very elaborate stories for characters and put so much time and effort in. And they get kept out, literally, from NoPixel or whatever, queue times and stuff, whereas streamers get in, and it's like, who have less experience in RP, who even made fun of RP, who ridiculed it, who, you know, it's just not their thing, and they would even admit that it wasn't their thing, and they don't care. So it's one thing, like, okay, they want to get into it, but it's not that they want to get into it, it's that they end up sort of taking it over and changing the complexion of it and maybe lowering the quality of it. Like, I went into here, right, and that guy wanted to start shit with me. Like, I'm doing it, like, defensively, but it's a situation where I was willing to have a gunfight there, but they didn't, you know, they couldn't find me, so it's okay. Look at this fucking clown helicopter. Why are there so many helicopters that go by here? It can't be the same one, or it could be like a tour for the little Vinewood sign. Like, who really does what I'm doing right now? Like, I'm fine with doing this, but like, what is it that I don't get it? Like, I'll explore every nook and cranny of the world and enjoy it, and this is how thorough I would be sometimes with games. That I always have that expression, like, I used to be a completionist, but then playing MMOs like Tibia and WoW and stuff, and open world games like even Wind Waker felt like that, or Spider-Man 2 on the GameCube, or, you know, obviously more modern open world games after that, but mainly MMOs. Those kind of games, both open world and MMO, sort of destroyed the completionist in me, because I couldn't, you know, you can't do it with that. You can't be a completionist in WoW and do every little thing, because you won't be able to keep up with it. There's way too much to do, and there's way too much oh wow, look at him, he respawned, or they got a replacement. You know, it would take a lifetime to do everything that there would be to do in WoW with every class, do every raid as every class, and get to 60 as every class, and all this kind of stuff, right? It would take forever to do that. But not only would it take forever to do that, the game's constantly being updated, so you won't be able to keep up with the new stuff that's coming out too, in addition to doing everything like that. So that's where you kind of give up being a completionist, but in kind of a nice way, because it just shows you like the game has so much content that you'll never be able to do all of it, and it sort of takes on the form of real life on a psychological level for people, that like it feels like a world that doesn't revolve around you, that's kind of going to keep moving whether you play it or not, and that no matter how much you play it, there'll always be something to do. So it gives you a peace of mind that makes people like more invested, because it feels like it's not just like, oh, you'll beat the story and then it's over, right? They want to feel like it's always there for them, that no matter how much they do, so you can do it as much as you want or as little as you want. What is that light? You can do it as much as you want or as little as you want, and you'll always have more to do. Ah, yes, he can't climb over the fence, but he can climb over this thing that's taller than the fence. This is going to be like some UFO sighting or Easter egg or what? Oh, it's just a street light. It just looks so weird. I better not lose my car. This guy was oblivious to me already being in here because he didn't see me come in. I almost want to do something where like I steal a helicopter that's in the air, but I don't know how you would do that. Right, like you chase it and get it to land almost. Yeah, I beat up the one guy, but he kind of started it. It's hard to like take a minimalist approach with this kind of game, because like you can just kind of do whatever you want, right? There would have to be like some greater penalty, like if you die you lose all your weapons, or you know, like if you get arrested that happens. So you'd rather die than get arrested, is what the GTA games try to teach you, right? If you turn yourself in, then they'll take all your weapons away, which actually might have been what happened to Franklin, because now he has no ammo, at least. Yeah, we're enjoying the little Infernus ride, and I was kind of trying to play in first person at times with this, but I kind of want to appreciate the look of it somewhat, where I don't want to do that right now. But no, that's the thing. It's very hard to be a completionist there, so it creates a different psychological effect. Like, you want to know that you can do it as much as you want, anytime you want, and there's always, you're never going to be able to do everything. You're never going to be able to beat it. It's always going to be there for you. That's actually why people sort of somewhat like those kind of games, right? It's not that you're actually going to do everything in it. It's that you could do it forever if you really wanted to. So now it takes on the form of like, oh, it's not just a game that you'll beat in a zero-sum sense and, you know, beat the story and then it's over and there's nothing left to do, right? So then you don't feel as attached to it. It feels like some lifelong kind of thing that you could commit to if you wanted to or not, right? That's why people get obsessed, but you could also not commit to it. You could also just do it as little or as much as you want, but there's always something to do, and it always feels like the world is moving without you and doesn't revolve around you, which is the problem that a lot of single player games run into, that they do feel like that. Like even Skyrim is a good example where it doesn't feel like it revolves around you, because even though you're the Dragonborn and you're a big deal, there's so much to do all the time that it still feels kind of genuine. That I just made like a big circle here. He's getting pushed around by the other car though. What is this? A different kind of cop chase. What the fuck is this? Top 10 funny interactions. Wow. And I've got nothing to do with it. I'm just watching. But like the cop is running away from him, or what? Like he's meant to be chasing him, but he's stuck. I don't get it. Or he's trying to stop him by going in front, but he won't stop. What the fuck am I looking at? Like you should have jumped. He's chasing the cop. I just take out a deer nonchalantly because I'm so engrossed by this. Like, how long will this go on for, and how will it end? I'm so curious. I don't want to interfere with it, though. I'm like Ryuk in Death Note. I'm just here to watch the chaos play out. This is what the entertainment you get, dude. Which is cool that stuff like this happens, but I just don't understand it. Like, this almost seems bugged. It should be happening the other way. I'm a clown. Is he gonna get back up or what? He's just bumping up against him. The cop could be trying to get him to stop by doing that, like going in front and stop, you know, getting in his way. But I guess I'll just stay behind him. But I was trying to off-road it a little bit. This is just go on forever, and whoever wins the fight, I'll finish them off. Or at some point, they sometimes despawn a little bit. That guy's helping out. Like, what the fuck is this? Or he was trying to get him to unbug out. Like, somehow that broke whatever sequence was happening by him hitting the other car. Nobody's pulling over for that either. Okay, now he's taking revenge. Hey, I'm not in this. They almost were shooting at me. Let's see who wins this fight. That guy just abandoned his buddy there. Look at him. What a clown. They killed one of the cops. You want to ride? I'll take you to him. But now let's see what happens to that guy. Top 10 wanted criminals in Los Santos. Right? Like literally, I'm playing a vigilante mission right now. But let's see what he does. Will they acknowledge that he's still wanted? Or now, was it this guy or the other guy? It must be the guy going faster, right? Or maybe he's just blending in. But no, he abandoned his fucking friend too. Right, they killed one of the cops. One of the cops was still around to be talking to the radio, or maybe it was just the radio itself talking and they somehow acknowledged. I don't even know which one it was now. He just gets away just like I get away. Right, and then everything's back to normal. They'll never pursue you. The way the cops behave is the same way that Merryweather behaves in this universe. Like, oh, you kill 100 cops and then you get away, and it's like, oh, we're not going to do any follow-up. We'll never find this guy. We just give up. I guess he sure showed us, right? Like they couldn't find out where you live or what your license plate is or anything else that you're doing, right? Or do an investigation. That just doesn't exist, right? Detectives don't exist. Only cops. The same thing like with Merryweather. Merryweather will attack Michael's house and send their troops there and kill, be willing to kill him. But then, oh, you killed too many of our guys. I guess we're going to just leave you alone now. Like, you're not going to come back and take revenge and try to kill him in his sleep. You know where he lives. You know, he's just some random guy. He's not, he might be he's a wanted criminal. He's in witness protection, but like that doesn't stop you. You don't care. That didn't stop you from coming there in the first place. Or, it's a case where I don't know, like you'd be willing to attack him once, but then he kills your guys and you don't want to attack him again and take revenge. Or you would even want to. No hiking allowed, but you would have to already be here to be looking at the sign. Like Michael, you wouldn't try to attack his house again. You know where he lives. He's still there. Try to kill him in his sleep. Try to blow his house up. He's killing your paramilitary organization, right? That's like based on Blackwater or whatever. And it's like you wouldn't be willing to try again to do that. Oh shit! I almost fell out. Like, imagine that being the solution. This paramilitary organization is going over to kill somebody, and some random person who's actually a wanted criminal that is even better than a normal person, because if it's a normal person, okay, fine, you can get away with that and probably nobody will figure out you did it or do anything in retaliation. But especially when it's a criminal, it's like, oh, that's even a good thing. They've been wanting an excuse to get rid of him for years, probably. So you wouldn't be able to finish him off or send more people. Like, they're acting like he's some really well-connected guy who's like, oh, maybe Lester has some blackmail on them or something, but I don't know, like, you need more of a reason than he just killed a bunch of your people. And you have a situation where he's like, oh god, I keep making circles. He's making a connection like, okay, he killed a bunch of your people and now you're gonna leave him alone. Why? Like, what protection does he have? Like, is he some kind of godfather who has political protection? Like, he has blackmail on people? Like, that's how they're treating it. But he's just some random guy. Like, whatever amount of money he might have or whatever, witness protection isn't going to save you. Like, what's stopping you from just going and killing Trevor or Michael or Franklin if you're Merryweather, Devin Weston, if you're Don Percival, if you're anybody who wants to kill them? They can just do it. Right? There's no real protection that they have. So you go, you kill a bunch of law enforcement. You're well known by Steve Haynes and others, but nobody's coming after you ever. Why? Because the story requires it. But I love that moment too, like where they attack Michael's house, which clearly shows that they know where he lives and they could easily kill him and know who he is, and they attack. But then, oh no, you survive the one attack that they do, and then they'll never try to attack you again. Like, why not? Just to take revenge for that attack, or just to continue the attack, or even like the big one. Oh, they come and, or maybe that's not the big one. That's just like the end mission, right? We got to take all the heat that they can. What the fuck? I might have been parked in a bad spot. That was still kind of uncalled for. Like it was a stopped car. Like they send, right, the big one. I love this line where he says, I'm judging it like I would judge a movie or something for like its logical inconsistencies and stuff. Michael, Franklin, and Trevor say like, we got to take everything they can throw at us, and then we strike back at them. Ah, yes, of course, 3 random people can take everything a paramilitary organization, international, can throw at them, just like that, and then, oh, they're gonna run out of men. Like, what a great strategy. Like, kill everybody in the organization until there's nobody left, and then, oh wow, now you can go and kill Devin Weston. That'd be like the same logic with the cops. Like, oh, let's just kill every cop in the whole county, and then they won't have any more to send at us. Like, what kind of logic is that? Assuming they wouldn't send the military at you then, or some other, I don't know, like some of the heists you do would cause like international hysteria, but you're just doing them on a regular basis like it's no big deal. And yeah, Dave is turned into like some godlike figure that he can just cover everything up and just manipulate everything and do whatever he wants. Like, this seems actually really dangerous. Let's do it. Oh damn, this one's gonna be crazy. But no, I love that there'd be like a whole RP meta and stuff too. Like, oh, you don't even know how to do this little trick with your car that all the big streamers use to get away from cops, or you like it's ironic because it'd be the same thing. Like, oh, are you trying to gatekeep streamers out of RP or this community out of RP? But it turns into the opposite now. It'll be turned into like this weird elitist stupid thing that's just not there for the fun of it. It's there for something else, right? Some kind of content, some sort of, I don't know. It feels very disingenuous. This seems like a really hard one to do. I don't know. I just feel bad for people who genuinely would have done it in a way that, you know, in years past that didn't want to be a part of this or have it sort of take over the whole perception. On one hand, it gives sort of exposure to it in a way that, you know, creates a bigger community. So you got to take the good with the bad, but it's just sort of an unsolicited, stupid thing. And I can't really go top speed in doing this. Well, there's the jump that we get, I guess. But no, let's try to create some sort of fight here, but, you know, I evaded the cops the one time. They tried to come after me, and then the other guy, we just kind of watched him go around. It feels kind of more meaningful like this, where it's kind of, that's the form that RP, I guess, can kind of take on, is that it's a big deal. If you get arrested, that'll be something that stays on your resume and kind of, you know, get you in trouble on the server. They take all your money, and like, it's actually a big deal. You actually go to jail, or you have to go to court or something. Whereas here, yo, what up? Where are the chess at? Yeah, I'm not playing chess today, at least, but I actually failed my challenge on Le Chess. So I had to delete my account there because like I got to 1750 and then I fell below 17. So that's one of my conditions where I like all the cop activity when it doesn't even center around me. But no, like a more meaningful perception that they do where like if you get caught by the cops, it's a big deal. Or if you know, it actually has a meaningful impact. Whereas here you can just do whatever you want and it doesn't feel like anything really matters. Right, so that's what the RP can kind of do. If you make money, it's a big deal because you can't just make $1 million whenever you want. Or if you get caught, then it really hurts you for a long period of time. So it just makes everything feel more meaningful in a long-term sense. But yeah, I was playing on like Chess Hotel or some other weird site because those are the only 2 big sites that there are. Chess.com and LeChess. So you kind of, if I fail on both of those, which I have now, it makes it really hard for me to even find anywhere to play on. Or yeah, I was trying to do like the chess permadeath game gauntlet where I go through a bunch of chess inspired video games and I play each one until I lose a game. There's all these weird interactions too you can do, like with Michael, and like if you go to Michael's house and try to blow it up, he'll get mad at Franklin. And or there's something weird that happens, like where they punch you on the street too. Like if you, yeah, maybe if you kill them, then they take revenge. Or maybe not. If you just run into them and keep pissing them off on the street, they'll knock you out. So you can't actually run into each other in the world dynamically. Let me guess, another interior that you can't go inside of. It's such a waste. Like, I guess you can partly go inside of it, but not actually in the building. But yeah, my chess series is kind of not as exciting now, but that was really the best I could do, I guess. Like 1750, or I was playing on the square off real life board too. So the next step will be I'll go to an actual over the board tournament and have like a hidden camera in my button, and I'll do voiceover commentary of it after the fact. I actually want to do something like that. Even if it's, well, I didn't really stop. I still kind of do those other series now, but it was only like a month ago that I failed my, that seems like a good form of content. So I'll play like a real over-the-board tournament, and then I'll just kind of try to show it somehow. Which will kind of dox me potentially, but who cares? I haven't been on Twitch in a long time. Yeah, I've still been playing on and off, but I failed that challenge like a month ago, unfortunately. Well, I haven't been back on chess.com because I failed that challenge a long time, but I was like 1350 was my highest, and then I probably would be like 14 plus now. Between 14 and 15, I would assume, which is not very impressive. How about you? What are you at? I mean, which is about the same as I always was. I was always like around 12 to 13, but yeah, I was pushing like 17, almost 18 on chess, but I always have that condition where, like, if I get to a new 50 mark, like, let's say I got to 2,000 for the first time, and then I get to 2050, then I can't fall below 2,000 again, or I fail, and I have to delete the account. I remember when we used to play, yeah, that was fun. And I can still always do that. Like, even if I'm not logged in, we can always play on those sites, but started a few days ago again, and I have been crushed many times. Oh yeah, that sounds like good news. You want to play one actually? I don't mind. I can just always tab out of this. So you can like send a challenge link, or I forget how it works, but let's see if I go on LeChess. I'm never logged into my chat on here though, so it's hard for me to post it myself. You can like create a game and then let's see, I can do display capture. I also wanted to fit into Hearthstone too. I was kind of doing a blast to the past with that. Like all the games I played in 2013. They're like 850. Sure. Only thing is I'm watching on my phone. Oh, that's fine. So I guess if you're in the game, you don't have to watch then, right? Or you won't be able to. Let's see how this works. You go into play with a friend. Wait, why is it doing it like that? Oh yeah, you have to correspondence now. Do like 10 minutes. 10 minutes this, random. Yeah, actually you don't even need an account, I don't think, because let me see if I can post this in the chat actually. It's always a little bit annoying because you have to go and log in. Yeah, this I'll always leave open as an option to do it for this reason, but at least on a actual rating gain ranking up level, it would be we got a Marvel Snap thing going in the background, incredible. I have to talk over it or it's like I'm stealing somebody's content. Jesus Christ. Okay, dude. I have to use my authenticator thing. Okay, bro. I have the baddest Marvel Snap art ever too, where it's like, I can literally do whatever. It's like him snapping with the Infinity Gauntlet and stuff is actually pretty good for a game that I don't really play. All right, so that should work. I hope. Yeah, these sessions have been sort of anticlimactic a bit, where I'm just not really doing anything. Because, you know. Okay, here we go. This will be more exciting than GTA. So he's 1627, but it's provisional, so I don't know how that stacks up. I was on like a really bad streak though lately because I felt like I was I don't know. Whenever I do well, I do badly, but I'm confident I can get to 1500 FIDE anytime, and I'd be intrigued when I have more time, or maybe you need a certain amount of money to like go into these events. But I'd be very interested to try that now. Not even to imply that like, oh, people must be cheating, that oh, I do better in person, but whatever. It'll at least be the next step, that either that or I'll start to study. As stupid as I hate that, but it's really the only way. I mean, maybe I could have gotten a little farther. I could have gotten to 2000 or something without studying, but effectively you get to a point where it's, see, what I don't like is if I felt like I was playing my absolute best, then I wouldn't mind doing it, but I always, good luck too, thanks. I get mad when I feel like, oh, you know, I could play better, but I'm often so lazy, like I don't use my time or whatever. So I wanted to get to the point where I felt like I'm playing my absolute best, and then I don't mind studying or doing other things, but I'm just very lazy sometimes with it. So they could double take here. I could go here. I kind of do the same thing over and over a lot of the time. So this you can take there, which I don't really care even. I don't mind. Or I could take with the knight if I felt like that's a better position, which I don't know. Probably not. You pin that, which is okay, actually. You could like sort of try to double attack it, but now it's, I could move it. So that'd be actually a trade that I always like, which is not always unfounded. I always say that I don't like the... Okay, that's actually fine. In fact, this style of play favors me more than anything, where you just trade everything, you simplify things down. Which of course better players don't play like that, but in theory, you would... that was kind of cute, actually. I didn't even realize. I was just trading just to trade, right? Fuck, I didn't even notice that was gonna happen. So now you can't necessarily do that, but you can just back off. I take, they take, I take, they still take. So, or you know what, you could almost push the threat and be a little weird about it. I easily lack blunder. I could do something cheeky, like I could double stack. So now what that does is, but they could escape, like they could sack this and do some other stuff. But it's kind of like I could leave it this way, then oh no, if they take, I can double take. Like let's indulge it on a little cheeky level, I guess. But it's kind of, this is the kind of thing that gets me in trouble. Like there's no need or no reason to do this. They could like sack it and then check and then still take. No, but even then I could like double take, but it wouldn't be as good. So there was no reason for me to leave that there. But I'm just being weird. Yeah, he was always pretty good, and of course everybody stays around the same level, right? Some of these people I played against obviously have been have improved a certain amount, but there's also a sense of just, you can only get so far unless you really spend a lot of time on it or you study. So it's not really, there's no shame in it. It's just like you have to understand how it works. So if you really want to commit to it, which I almost would have done, but I don't really have the energy or the time. I mean, if it was only, it used to beat you more, yeah, you were definitely better. Well, I'm sure you'd still beat me a fair amount. I'm not really doing anything special. Like, I'm still pretty normal with my level of play, but this is the part where I sometimes struggle because I'll sort of be very passive. See, like even there, I'm trying to trade in a way that I don't need to do. For now, I'll try to force something. So like I could double take here, but the problem is that you don't want to do that because of the simple fact that you would be trading the queen, which is still okay, but I don't really want to do that. But no, I think he could have won it back. He could have sacked like his bishop there, right? When I leave this here and I'm being kind of stupid, what if he just takes there? Then I have to take back. Then you can escape that with the check. Then whatever I do, you can take this now because there is no threat to the queen. So what I did there was actually pretty bad. You're double stack attacking this, which I almost wouldn't care about, but now I'm kind of losing my pawn structure logic here. Right, where I'm just kind of, it's all in the dark square, and the problem with me is I play too fast. Yeah, I do that a lot too, unfortunately. I always preach the value of time too. I'll say like, oh, see, the reason why I beat this guy is because I used my time and he didn't. But then a lot of the time I won't do that still. Right, like I never take my own advice with it, but it's such a big deal. So it turns out that people are always like a lot more even than you think. It's just, you know, if you had taken your time the same way that your opponent takes their time, right, it'd be pretty much even all the time anyway. You could try to set up for the rarely seen triple stack. We both have a bishop left, which obviously is good, but I have the extra knight, which may or may not even have any impact on the game. But I'm so unbelievably passive sometimes where I feel like it can be very questionable. So he's definitely doing some good double attacks on the pawns. I just don't know if I care that much about it. Like, they would say, oh, that's kind of messy though. We could do this one since we're already double stacked in there. There's going to be some sort of trick play that ends up happening here. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They could double stack again. A lot of action just about these pawns, but the fact that I'm up a piece should be pretty good. I shouldn't throw it away. Or like even when I'm winning like that, I get lucky and he just makes a mistake early on. And then you feel like you, see, this would be a normal thing. Like, oh, I could take this. But the reason why I can't is because the queen's in front. So now it'll backfire, right? I do it, and then I can still do it, but they take, I take, they take, I still take. But the thing is that it would have been a situation where I could like move out of here a little bit. And we could set up to almost do the yo-yo. And the reason why is because it's no longer pinned in a meaningful way, but now I can't move the light square bishop, but I don't have to really move it. There's nothing that can push it out. But this is a little bit dangerous, so I have to watch what I'm doing. Like, this seems cute, and I can set it up to do the yo-yo. Somebody actually did that to me in a way I almost couldn't prevent the other day. I can't remember. Must have been on Chess Hotel, some obscure site that is like the last refuge to play on for a clown like me. This would be actually very bad, so maybe I should... Damn. Because, like, they could take, then the act of me taking would be bad, so I can't use the bishop as actually a cover. But... you can almost do that. Like, my queen can just kind of go anywhere at this point is the thing. But I just can't figure out where I want it to go. So I don't want it to even get taken. What if I just back it out of here completely? Like, I'll go here. And then you can't actually take anything, or you can maybe take this, but I don't care. I almost want to raise a thing like that, but now it's going to be gone, so maybe I shouldn't have done it. They can definitely take it. And that much is actually okay. I'm trying to remember who had the best record against me. Like, Simply went all the way up to 2,000 in the same amount of time. Like, he was worse than me, like, in 2022, early 2022. And we both started playing then. Like, I just had come back to streaming, and he was just starting to play chess, I guess. And it's like, it'd be a case where you, it's a case where... you could do this, which is kind of cute, but the problem is the back rank check that you could give. So if it wasn't for the back rank check that you could give, you could sort of pin this in a cute way. I could even still do it here, but... or maybe that means that if you took this... but no, the fact that I can take with the queen is good. That's not really a big deal of a threat at all, but... wait, he didn't have to do that, did he? I thought something like that would have been fine. Weird. But no, I mean, either way, you could sack the queen, but it felt like he could have probably... Oh shit, now I'd have to post another link if you want to play again. But no, he played pretty well. It was just a mistake at the beginning. That he gave me an extra piece, basically. The problem is, even if I did make another account one day, I can't even use my same name because... Here, I'll post another link, I guess, because I closed that out. Same thing, 10 minutes. Yeah, all that players like of our caliber do is like we play in like a very basic, stale way that leads to, you know, very simple position. So he was very trade happy, which is one of my weaknesses. If you deny me trades, yeah, that's fine. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll always play chess in some form, but maybe I want to try to actually do that, or I go to like this is like what Botez would do if she wasn't already established, because that's what they do. They're allowed to record it, but with me, I don't want to have to argue with them, and nobody's gonna check at that low level either. And it's not like I'm cheating, but like I literally would just be, I would go with like some sort of hidden camera just so I can capture the footage of the game, and then I could just like do some commentary over it afterwards. Right, for whatever reason, just to show that I'm like playing over the board for the first time in any sort of competitive. You should do a 600 to 1,000 elo. That would be a lot of fun. What does that mean? Like me getting from 600 to 1,000 in a FIDE context or what? Which could still be pretty hard. Like it's really hard for me to judge what FIDE would be like because I know it's harder, but yeah, I'd basically be doing from 0 to 1,500 or whatever, however far I get, because I've never done it before, so I'd be starting with a fresh rating. The sort of thing I would do if I had more time, but I don't know. There are events around me, but they're usually you have to like pay to get in or something like that too, which is fine. Chess is pay to win, but it's more like pay to play would be the right way to put it. But I hate people made that stupid argument, like the fact that you have to study or you have to have a tutor to be really good makes it pay to win. But that's stupid because you can do that with anything. Like, you know, then sports are pay to win too, because if you grow up and you're Bronny James, like LeBron James kid, then you have all these advantages. That still doesn't make you good. It just gives you the opportunity to become good. But anybody can theoretically do that, right? That's not really a pay to win dynamic to say that you had the best tutor or you had certain things like that. Right, that's just how you get better, but then it's more in the course of play that it would be pay to win. Like if I could pay $1 million to get an extra queen when I'm losing, then that would be pay to win, or some better piece that nobody else can have. Right, not so much that just your preparation was better than mine because you had the resource of a computer. Right, or I mean you had the better resources, better tutor, better books, things like that somebody else didn't have. That's still not really fair to say, because what was like your peak rating? Oh, how come this account, this must be some new account that he made, because he plays on chess.com, I guess, mostly. Yeah, that'll be like my first real life blog style thing, which is kind of an appropriate time to do it. Either that or just reading books and like doing studying and stuff. That seems cute, but it doesn't actually do a whole lot. What would I want to do with this? I could go here, I could go here. If they take, I take. I kind of like this, but it may be over glorified. Sometimes I push these too much. Like even that's bad, but I could maintain the structure if I really wanted to. You're attacking this one pretty well, but it's a case where you... Oh. I guess I was kind of oblivious to that. This would be a cute move, but you need way more cover to make it happen. That was just an oversight because he had multiple ways to take it. Even I didn't see the bishop either. I wasn't paying attention. So you could like do a cute little thing here, a threat on the queen from the perspective that if they take, I take, they take, something weird can happen. Like take. Okay, fine. Now we could go here. I maybe shouldn't still leave it like that, or they can give a check now. That could screw everything up. They give a check, then I take, then they could just take. This would stop the check in a different way, but it would allow the take there. So maybe this makes sense. This is the point where you really got to focus, and that's a very dangerous spot for the knight, for sure. Deep trickster. I keep giving up these pawns when I'm thinking they're covered more than what they are. You have a double attack onto there. Okay, I better stop with this cheeky stuff that I just gotta do basic safe moves, but the knight is often annoying like this where it can just get in the way. I'm not really trying to do anything with it. Okay, it's 2 pawns, which is not the end of the world, but positionally they've done very well here to be in this spot, so I don't know exactly what to do with it. I'm gonna walk right into that. I'm really not paying attention to this game. Okay, see, it sort of snowballs when you make one mistake. Okay, dude. You have this sort of double attack that maybe could have been better, but I'm just not doing anything with it. Or like I sort of tunnel vision on one thing, so I'm trying to be all cute, but then if it doesn't work, I mess up more. So here I just made some very bold-faced things, like where I'm just not seeing the covers that they have. You can go here, maybe double stack in some way. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I like trading so much, is because I always, damn it, I'm really playing badly here. Just what if I just do this now then? They would take, I would take, they would take. It wouldn't really help anything. Okay, let's see. They'll also take the knight if I don't take with that. Or they could take the knight first, and then I wouldn't be able to retaliate. There's so many things I'm doing wrong here. And I love that tendency of mine too. Like, I'll see something. This is why like long formats are so much to my favor. Like, it's a case where, yeah, see, I still can't move that. Long formats, because I'll see something that I have to, you know, I'll see it as soon as it happens, or like right before it happens. Okay, that one was pretty bad. I started off messing up a couple pawns, but it definitely snowballed in a much worse way. There was some kind of sneaky thing I kept trying to do with those pawns, like obviously with the pin, which is kind of similar to what even happened last game, where You'll get that too. Let's let him play it out though, since the last game ended in a proper way too. Good game. So he gets his revenge there. Let's see. You take. So what did I do wrong here now? Supposed to attack the queen. See, like, this is the kind of move. Like, you're supposed to make a move like this, but like, what is that move? What is that? So, not saying I necessarily had to do that, but that's how you're somehow supposed to be thinking. So, if I go here, that's a bad move. They take. I guess to imply that there's no way at all to cover this, but this is the kind of wild move that I was supposed to make, which I don't get at all what that means. It allows you to do a move like that, obviously, but supposed to go here. They let it have. This is a very advanced sequence too. We're on an even level, yeah, pretty much. We're both pretty solid, but we both make mistakes, obvious mistakes here and there. They attack this. Now this is like an insane thing that where both players are sacking everything if you play it correctly. 1-1 definitely improved, I guess so. It feels pretty much always the same sort of thing though. This is a take on a pawn, take here, attack this. Yes, I should have just done this exact sequence, assuming that he would have even done the same thing. Take, and then take, and all this just to get a draw. Or actually, they're winning quite a bit though, even after all that, which is very surprising. It's just the nuance of the pawns. Yeah, I usually stream either sort of in the morning my time or at night, so it'd be kind of like, actually it's lately just been in the morning, so like maybe 4 hours before now is typically when I do it. Today is a little bit later. So they don't want to trade that. 4, maybe even 5 hours before now. So take, can't take, you got double passed pawns. Another one there. I'm surprised that position was so crushing though. It didn't even necessarily feel like it. Alright, let me go back to this and just like, I guess, go back and save it. I don't know what I was even trying to do. Or I would try to do one more shootout. This has been sort of a fun series, but it's just random. I can't really decide what to do with that. Sort of trying to work up and warm my way up. Yeah, thanks. See you later. Warm my way up to actually doing something more interesting, but I keep going over the same places too. Like, we're gonna rob this poor gas station guy again for like the 3rd time. We probably did it with Trevor, Michael, and Franklin. Or at least it feels like it's always the same one. It's just in such a central location. Good for robberies. Here, I'll do it with a non-lethal gun. Is that a stun gun in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? Wait, why? Is it because I pulled out a gun?
I'm calling the police.
Bro, I revealed my hand too early. I didn't even do anything. I was trying to go in with a non-lethal option, a stun gun. Isn't there a back door? Aw, come on. I get caught out without even doing anything. Fine, then I'll go. I barely even have any ammo or anything either. Should be able to break through the glass, dude. What the fuck? Come on, you should be able to break this shit open. Why not? I do all that just to, if only there was a crouch button, you could fit through that fucking thing. But no, Franklin's challenge is the ammo situation. Right, where I, for some reason, have very little ammo. I must have let myself get caught by the cops before. I don't really enjoy the chases as much. I enjoy the gunfights because it's like, of course I could get away. It's not a big deal, right? It wouldn't be hard at all. Oh, maybe I should do like in-car, but I don't have enough ammo. I was gonna say like in-car combat. That's one of my favorite things to do online, is like toss a sticky bomb and just blow people's vehicles up as I'm just driving by them and stuff. And there's like a lot of trolling and griefing that happens in online that is like intended by the game, right? And you might, because you can go in passive peaceful mode if you want, but you can also just do it in such a way that you know, so if you're wandering around the world and you're just kind of killing people or harassing people and having a little rivalry, it sort of encourages that. It even keeps track of the score, like how many times you've been killed by that person. So just in the free open world roaming, there's a certain amount of griefing that happens that's actually pretty fun and intended, because again, you can just turn off, go into passive mode if you want. So like entry is consent, one of my phrases from a from an old short story that has to do with something maybe a little nefarious, but like entry is consent. If you come into this club, that means we can do it, you know, you're kind of consenting to whatever it is that we lay out here. So the same thing with this, like by going online, you are consenting to being griefed because that's part of the experience, unless you want to turn it off or whatever. Let's go rob this gas station once we get away. This is more like a truck stop than a gas station, though. Other one's like a 7-Eleven, although a lot of 7-Elevens, like where I live, don't even have gas. They're just like little convenience. Fuck. He may not see me, but what's hot is really your car more so than you. They may be at a different elevation, so they might actually miss me. Sometimes this lasts forever for it to go away, actually. Like, where even are they? Oh, come on. Or this one, you can't. What a great thing. I set up that to rob it, but it's... You don't even have interiors. It's kind of more fitting for Franklin to try to get away in a car. But again, this will be too easy. Like, I'll obviously get away. There's nothing to even worry about. Let's see how like long we can maintain a top speed. And I can use my ability to avoid any conflict with that. But this car is so smooth. Just drive right in the middle of the fucking road. Okay, that we're going to need to evade a little bit. And if they get the helicopters on me, it will be very interesting. Also, if you hit something now, you'll die because you'll just fly out of the fucking thing, even with your seatbelt on. Or I guess that's maybe always to imply that these characters aren't wearing a seatbelt, which is kind of dumb. Like, oh, you're a criminal, so you're not wearing a seatbelt. But it's like, you know, like Nico, you'll go flying out of your car. Even if you are going top speed, that still shouldn't happen if you're wearing a seatbelt. You'll still die or something, but let's just creep up on this guy. Like, it's too easy to just get away from the cops. That part, this is where you kill the Chinese guy. Oh, come on. The triads or whatever. That was sort of an anticlimactic mission for a final mission, right? Where each of them, you just kind of go and just kill them. And it's like, it's portrayed almost like a killing of the 5 families from The Godfather. Like, it's just a bunch of mob hits, but they're not really like big fights or anything. They were very simple. And they just randomly kill Stretch too, who hasn't been mentioned in like hours in the story. For fuck, what is this vigilante justice that happens too? Okay, as much as I'm saying it's easy to get away, this is where we start the game. The Berto Beach House, right? Like, at least I recognize these locations pretty well. When Michael's probably going to his therapist, or at least he's sitting kind of nearby there. You got to make a break for it and just don't stop. And it's like, or maybe switch cars. Like, staying in the same car is kind of dumb, but I like this car too. So does it let you keep one that you steal like this? Like, if I go and I get it fixed up. Oh my god, my driving is so bad. Right, I should use a controller, but then, see, it's a trade-off. People say, oh, use a controller for driving and then use a thing for aiming, for a mouse for aiming. So like I would switch if I was really hardcore. Anytime in a car, I'll pick up a controller, and then anytime I'm on foot, I'll go back to my mouse, because you want that for both purposes. But I don't even really feel the need. It's just like, obviously I must be doing something wrong with driving because I'm doing it like a clown. This is all the masks, which I do like, kind of using stuff like this, which I don't know how much that helps you with the cops, but it's just kind of a cool cosmetic thing. Let's get that as a reward for getting away. But see, I didn't find that satisfying at all. So with the cops, you can never win. Getting away isn't fun because it feels like you're running away like a coward, and also getting killing them also isn't fun because it just goes on forever. So there's not like any real big payoff. Looks like the thing from fucking Goosebumps, right? The first episode of Goosebumps, where it's Carly Sue or Carly Beth or whatever, right? Will people react to this? That might explain all the rude comments they keep saying to me as I'm walking down the street, but let's just try to get back to my safe house without getting in trouble. And I almost don't even like stealing cars. Like, I almost want to play as a good guy, but then it gets boring because there's nothing good to do. So it's almost like a form of conditioning. Like, well, they allow you to play like a good guy, or they don't force you to do bad things, but at least outside of the story. But then by not doing it, there's nothing interesting to do otherwise. Again, like, vigilante missions are actually quite a good thing because they show you, like, oh, you can play as a cop, kind of, if you want to, and do some good and kill criminals and just whatever. So getting rid of that is really a disappointment. Never mind the fact that it's just a good, fun form of content. Or that's one thing I don't like to do either is... Oh, I would love another Infernus, dude. Fuck. I'll never catch up, though. Like... What was I saying? Oh, maybe because this guy obeys the traffic laws. What a fucking sim. Imagine doing that. Oh, I want it, though. I really want it. I just had one. I want to go back to my house with this. Come on. Oh, that woman's a lifesaver. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, and if I shoot, they'll... Fuck. If I shoot, they'll run away even more. This guy keeps getting cucked by the rules of the road, but maybe he'll stop somewhere or get another light or something. Yeah, he's just breaking a stop sign. Fuck this guy. Not like I can't just buy an Infernus or something, but Franklin's actually kind of poor, though. He doesn't have that much money, and he doesn't have, I don't know. Yeah, you'll never catch up to this. I'm trying to do it without stealing a car, but being a good guy, it's an analogy for real life. Being a good guy doesn't pay her. It's just kind of boring, right? It's so much more exciting. That's what people don't get. Sometimes crime, people aren't doing it for the money. They're doing it for the thrill of, I don't want to steal a car as I'm chasing a car that I wanted to steal. But aside from an Infernus, I don't really care. But no, all the cars in this game almost drive a bit too well. Like... You know, there's not as much of a delineation between the shitty cars and the better cars. They all drive kind of smoothly. And that's always like a real life question too. Like, why do cars, if the speed limit around where you live is never anywhere higher than like 70 to 100, or not even, 100, why do cars even have where you can go to 120 or higher? Right, there might be some life or death moment where that happens, but, it makes you, okay, this guy's practically asking for it. This would at least be a believable thing. Somebody left their car open, so I don't even have to break in. And that's very rare, actually, that happens. So let me try to get back to my house without looking at the map. How about that? Which I kind of know where it is. I mean, it's near the Vinewood sign and everything. But yeah, I'm trying to make something fun out of this, but I can't quite decide. But I'll do this as like a format where... Franklin plays an emphasis on driving. Michael plays an emphasis on whatever, shooting or doing mundane activities. Trevor obviously is going to focus on those gun running missions or something. I was going to try to go around in the tank actually too. There is a lot that I want to do with this. It just feels a little bit boring sometimes. And I want to do a session of Hearthstone at some point here. Let's see if they'll let me in. I'm friends with Michael. I'm friends with the big producer, dude. Or it kind of slid open as soon as I was about to go through it. Nobody even in there. Or yeah, it sort of doesn't want to let you in, but then it'll just concede at the end, like, okay, fine, we'll let you go through if you really want to. Richard's Majestic, which you assuming can't go in there either. You can go in some of the theaters, but it's just so weird, like, how much is wasted in these kind of games. That it's just there for show, or even if it's something you can interact with or go to, there's nothing really to find with it. It makes you appreciate other kind of open worlds that are also pretty big, but they also have a ton of content density. Like, again, like, oh, there's a gang fight going on there, and you can, have a big shootout, or you can keep doing stuff that is actually interesting and organic to the gameplay. one of the core mechanics, right? It's not like an RPG in that way where, oh, you can go into dungeon and just have a fight and go collect some loot and then go home and read a book that you collected in your house, like in Skyrim. It's just not that kind of gameplay style. But even like Watch Dogs, which I never played too much of, I would assume would be similar in that way, that you would have Watch Dogs would be similar because they'd probably give you more things to do because you're like a vigilante. So if you like, I heard you like vigilante missions, so that's what the whole game is. It'll be like one big vigilante mission where you keep fighting criminals and gang activity and stuff like that. I didn't really do much with Franklin, but I didn't die. I was trying to rob that one store and I got cucked because okay, I'm obviously bad at driving, we get it. Even as Franklin, who his base skill is really good, so the cars will drive a lot smoother that way. Never mind that, oh, I'm kind of losing where my house is though. Never mind the fact that, yeah, I'm trying not to use the map or the radar too much, so it turns into a puzzle solving experience, but also I don't have a ton of patience for this either. He always is an animal lover, so he's trying to give the deer advice on how to survive or whatever we killed. We're still on too high of a vantage point to get to the house. It's kind of annoying to get in and out of his house, but I do like his house. Right, like it's just hard to get to. Could be like on this road, honestly. Is it gonna... I could probably walk from here even if I can't get over that. Yeah, look at this. Just an average day of going home after the office. After a hard day of work, you fucking have to go through this to get to your house. Yeah, Trevor's ability is a little bit OP that I actually don't like it for that reason. That it's kind of... Wait, I don't remember this being so close to it. Huh, I guess you never really get to see this vantage point. What is this? Yeah, you can never really appreciate this from down below. That this is so close to you, like a dam and reservoir and a nice house up top. Oh yeah, I forgot we're wearing this mask too. Which should protect your identity better when you're being chased by the cops, but it somehow won't. Like, I wonder if there'd be something to find in there. There might be something underwater, like, See, if you like open world games, then like, oh, go play an MMO because there's always stuff to do. There'd be enemies to fight all around. There'd be, you know, just quests to do. There'd be something more to do, right? Which this just doesn't give you. Or again, I guess you could find that in online, but yeah, Franklin's kind of in a bit of financial trouble here where he just doesn't have much money or he doesn't have very many weapons or anything. Very much ammo, that is. Yeah, aside from finding like Easter eggs, my car that I just stole, aside from finding Easter eggs and stuff, there's not a lot of interest to really find in the world, despite whatever the UFO spaceship parts, despite whatever the murder notes, right? There's just something missing with it. And then your car always just magically reappears, even if I lost it and broke it down somewhere, which it should cost you some amount of money for that. But again, the amount of money is inconsequential because you have, let's go see Chop. I don't think I've seen him in any of these sessions so far. Or he says that from even the beginning of the game, so that one gets a little bit old. But it's a situation where, like, the sense of permanence and value in what you're doing, like you get in an RPG, you don't really have here because everything feels sort of arcadey still, which is what the series originally felt like. Is just like go around, just shoot a bunch of people, do whatever. It wasn't like super. It wasn't meant to be an RPG series, but it just feels like there's an element of that where you can. I don't know. In this day and age, it feels like there should be more of a commitment to that, where there's something more that like, oh, what are you working towards? Like, what are you trying to do? And again, unless you're doing the online, a lot of this feels a little bit limited in scope. Is that like him with Tanisha? Because they're not even together anymore. It can't be with the An because he hates the An, so it wouldn't be that. Or it could be with his mom. But it looks more like a romantic picture. I think that's Tanisha, but that's kind of odd, right? Like, you keep pictures of you with your ex around where you're just kind of, even when you're not together. Okay, see you later. Okay, so today is going to be episode 5 in my little GTA 5 miniseries. So I've just been sort of wandering around, and I've been dying a little bit too easily. I should put up more of a fight. I've been sort of just feeling out how it works again, because again, I haven't played in so long, but as much as I mock the regenerating health, you can get dropped from 100 to 0 very quickly. The last episode I introduced the permadeath. Every episode I'll introduce like some new criteria that I'm trying to do. So first I went over like what kind of the flaws of it are, that there's not enough to do. So I singled out what the best things to do are, like attack the military base, or just fight with the cops, or just attack the military base, fight with the cops, or do one other thing, which was like do the gun trafficking missions with Trevor, right? Those are at least 3 fun, repeatable things you can do. And then last episode I introduced a permadeath format for each character. So like I'll play as Franklin now until I die, and then for the session, like it's not permadeath forever, but sometimes I use that term and people get confused for certain things because it's like it's permadeath session, but that's kind of contradictory because it doesn't mean it's permanent the way it would imply. But you know what I mean? Like if I die as Franklin, I can't play as Franklin for the rest of the episode, which isn't a big deal because it's you know, Franklin, or I mean, you know, it's the session itself won't be that long. I'll only play for like an hour, and it doesn't really matter. But whatever I'll do on them, I'll try to do organically. So I'm not seeking out conflict. I just kind of want to wander around and do stuff. And you know, you can play this sort of like a sim game almost, which again would be more fun in like RP or something. But like, let's go around and do some tow truck missions or something and save up some money and you know whatever. But the thing with that is you need to restrict yourself somehow. Like, it's not fun because you have so much money in the bank. Even here, I have the least amount, but like, I have to somehow restrict myself to a minimalistic way. Like, oh, I do the tow truck mission to make money because that's the only way I can make money, and I'll try to be like a good law-abiding citizen, but the game doesn't do enough to reward that or encourage that or something, right? But no, I was thinking about RP, and I had actually an amazing idea that I never thought it would stoop so low, that I went from doing these terms in a debate format to now I would do it in RP, where I could like bring my absolutist philosophy, which I talked about in my debate format a lot, came up with a lot of the terms and, you know, different logical razors, so I could do a character that's an absolutist philosopher and sort of espouse a lot of the ideas, right? And it would have such depth to it because I've discussed it so much over the years. So I would be like a walking debate format, right? And that I'd bring it to that. That would be kind of cool, but I don't know if people would get it or they'd be kind of dumb, or it requires like some sort of clout to, you know, the whole RP scene is so weird. But I mean, I could almost just do it. I could do it myself. Like one of the great images would be like, I look at a poster of a girl, right, in lingerie or something on like a billboard, and what would the absolutist say, of course? Or somebody in that sort of universe that I come up with this mindset, they would look at it and say, oh, the stimuli acme is indeed preserved in this era, because that's one of my lines from a short story, which just means like this obsession with sex because like repression leads to obsession, that like it's inhibited so much in society. That's why people also obsess over it so much. And it's proven by the fact that most humor has to do with sex, most music has to do with sex, most marketing has to do with it, most life goals have to do with it, most what else has to do with it, like music, profanity even. So people can think of no higher measure than hedonism or pleasure, and the highest form of that is sexual in nature, or at least presumed to be. So that's why you look at a billboard or a strip club and say, oh, the stimuli acme is indeed preserved. People are still obsessed with sex in this primitive state where they kind of reject their inherent nature and they're not at peace with it. And so therefore, you know, that was the primary prognostication of that, which is a very, very big and important concept. But I could bring that character to that, and it would be very, very interesting. But no, we'll endeavor into RP at some point. It's almost like McConnell sitting on the bench, right? You could be this like philosopher sitting on the bench sharing wisdom, but you would have like some consistent measure that you're about, and I could write the character all out. That could be fun for RP, but it's like, yeah, I'm just wandering around. Is there going to be something cool to experience, like something random events, or like just nothing ever happens is the problem. Like this is what open world games are meant to be, where like you're waiting for something to happen to you or happen and then you react to it. right? I don't want to, or I would say I don't want to do a mission necessarily, but even if I did want to, there aren't any really to do. Apparently, I missed some Strangers and Freaks missions, which is weird. I mean, I never 100% of the game. Right, all I did with this is I played it originally on PS3 at the end of 2013, and I even bought a PS3 bundle to do that because I didn't have one and there was no other way to play it. And then I got bored of it by like the mission with Trevor at the docks where he's scoping out the Merryweather whatever, where he goes and gets the submarine and stuff, right? So then I got bored there and I was busy playing Hearthstone because I got the closed beta key. That's always that story that I tell. Like I was caught between those two games and I ended up choosing Hearthstone over this, which shows you that's kind of a sad commentary. But then, so yeah, I eventually got it on PC in 2015 and then I beat it. And then I did like maybe 3 attempts at a permadeath run and then I got it. And then, so I beat the game without dying. But then at no point did I ever do a 100% run or even play the single player much after that. So I was basically able to, is this for Michael or who can buy this even? I can't afford it with Franklin's kind of poor. Maybe I did that on purpose. 150 million. So now I have to work my way up and imagine how long that would take. But the way to really do it is with stocks or something, or like really, that's the problem with the money system in this game is like either you earn a lot from those stock market missions like that Lester makes you do, or you earn it from some major mission in the story. But then once you've beaten the game, there's no way to earn a significant amount aside from like just doing the stocks more and stuff like that. But there's no way to earn a significant amount except for some very scripted particular things. So everything else that gives you money is irrelevant. Like everything else that gives you money is just what? What do you mean? Dude, I'm just literally parking my car. Like, why does it matter? What are you gonna do? What? I'm not taking your life. I'm not trying to take your life. I literally just parked my car there. Here, I'll use a taser. What ends up happening to somebody with a taser anyway? Like, I had this epic moment in online. One of the first times I played it, or it might have been the first thing I ever played, like where there 2 guys were coming up to kill me. I was at like the top of some little thing, I don't know, in like a factory area. So like you climb up to the top, like a silo, and then I shoot one, and then the other one is about to get me. But then I do 2 in 1. Like I shoot the first guy, then I shoot the second guy, but he gets me as well at the same time. So I take out 2 for the price of 1. It was just a really cool, memorable moment. I just didn't have the cameras on. But no, it's a case where, yeah, I wasn't seeking out conflict. I was just trying to go play some midnight golf. But it's a situation where, what was I saying? Just, I didn't really play the single player much after that. I never 100%ed it. I'll go back in there to get my car now, return to the scene of the crime. But no, like pretend there was like some sort of hardcore mode for this. Like everything has a sense of permanence to it. Where like, oh, if you lose your car, you really lose it. And now you lose a substantial amount of money. And again, earning a significant amount of money is sort of scripted and controlled. And you can't do it in a free way. So it doesn't feel very meaningful. Any little thing like, oh, I rob a little 7-Eleven type store. What happens then? Oh, nothing, because I got like $1,000, but it doesn't matter because I have millions in the bank, or, you know, from scripted story missions. And so why are you authorized to be here? Like, what is this? You must be the owner or something. We could riz you up. Too bad I can't sit down. There should be like some sort of little roses thing you can give to characters, like that does some RP. Like there were certain items you would have in here, and I can't remember. Like in the unarmed, it'd be like there were certain weird novelty things. Maybe that's only online, that weren't like weapons. They were like items, or, you know, like something a ball to throw at Chop, you know, stuff like that would appear in the weapon wheel for some reason. Now I'll just sneak back and get my car. So where did that guy go? We did all that for nothing. Let's just walk around the golf course. But what else was I saying? Then yeah, I played online a bit, and then that's pretty much it. So I never really played this game that much. It's just, I don't know if those stats are supposed to be like character wide or how that makes sense. It must be like the save file wise, right? It would have to be, obviously, because if I make a new file, it would reset. Let's try to play this with the ball that we would give to Chop, but I don't know where it is. Or maybe you can't take it around freely. Or we want something other than a combat option to do, like where I can actually get some. I try to land. Oh, that could be cool actually. Try to land. I just invented a minigame. Try to land a grenade inside of the hole, even though that hole looks like it's sealed up. Oh, that'd be a sick idea. If it would even fit, or it'd be hard to sort of measure. But no, there's like a lot of non-lethal shit that you can do. And none of these really work for that, though. Like, try to throw a grenade in there. I must have purposely gotten arrested as Franklin just to get rid of the weapons to make it more interesting, but or mostly the ammo. But it's a case where, again, there's a lack of feeling of value. Like, we could have some epic stealth mission here where we try to take out people and it's very high stakes or something, but nothing feels high stakes. It's kind of like too much arcadey and just everything's your playground, and it's too much freedom where it sometimes doesn't have value to it. And again, earning money there doesn't feel satisfying. So it's like two different problems. The one that I say in Skyrim, where it's like you have too much money over the course of playing for 100 hours, 1,000 hours, whatever, and you have nothing to spend it on, right? That's one form of a problem. But then the other form of a problem is the fact, maybe it's just because it's night they seal it up like that, or what? Doesn't look like you can actually go in there at all. I mean, obviously the flag would have to be moved. Like in Skyrim, you earn too much money and there's not enough to spend it on. And then in this, you earn money in too much of a sporadic, what the fuck? In a sporadic, drastic way where you'll earn too much in one mission, and so now everything's trivial. You'll either earn very insignificant amounts, like let's do the tow truck missions a couple times and earn like $100 here and there, or just earn $1 million from a story mission. So anything expensive to buy, right, it happens in too controlled of a way. Like, you can't really, like, let me do some repeatable thing where I'm earning money and saving up money for buying that 150 million thing. But you can't do that because everything that you earn would be inconsequential, like from driving a taxi or from doing the tow truck missions, right? Like, it's not relevant enough because you get too much. Either you get too little, so it won't be relevant, or you get too much all at once and it makes everything else trivialized. So like now, if you wanted to earn a lot at this point, I don't know what you would exactly do, because you'll earn a certain amount from this. The towing impound makes no money unless you're doing it yourself. Like, what kind of a shitty business is that? Downtown Capco makes 2,000. Los Santos Customs makes 1,600. Car Scrapyard makes 300. Smoke on the Water makes 9,300. And this just in a week. That one seems to suit him very well. Smoke on the Water Pictures makes 7,100, which is like a bar. The Hen House is 920. See, like, all those mechanics I like, but it feels sort of irrelevant. Like, what am I even going to do with all that? But, or there should be random, like, oh, your place is getting attacked, and now I think there was sometimes stuff like that would happen, very rarely. One of the ones with Michael, maybe, like, it's getting attacked and you have to go and clean it up and, you know, deal with the problem, right, as the owner. That'd be kind of cool, because it's like, so sorry to hear that. Let's eavesdrop on people. But yeah, you know, like, similar to gang activity, I like when you have stuff like that in the world, and then there's a sense of value, like, oh, you own this, and you know, whatever, your house is being attacked by Merryweather every once in a while as a random event, and you have to go there and protect it. Or one of your businesses is getting attacked, or your gang, you know, you have the gang territory as yours, and some rival gang is trying to take it over, like in San Andreas, and you have to deal with that. Or those are the kind of things that make a lot of sense in an open world environment, where you feel like it's very valuable, because you can just, you know, it makes use of the world, where it feels like, okay, I own a business now and I can kind of do something with it. Is that chicken to still be sitting there? Or it's a guy now? Why is somebody just randomly sitting there? Says the guy who's just randomly running around, and they don't seem to mind that I have the mask on either. And you can't just take it off freely either, as if you couldn't really do that. But yeah, RP has all like these weird mechanics that you have to learn. Like, you do things in like, and I get it because it's fan made, you know, not entirely polished, but like you have to go into some weird menu and like type slash sit or slash, do it as like an emote when it's really meant to. How are you even supposed to leave here? Like the way the arrows are showing, there's no other way to go. Okay, I'll go here, and then what? The hell? Yeah, would be a nice interior to go into, but just like what the fuck kind of a directions is that? Oh, here we go. Even there, it's not giving me a proper arrow to show me where to go. So I don't know if I could buy that even with Franklin. I think you can only buy certain businesses with certain people. Right, they're kind of controlled that way. What is all this? Oh, this is a tennis court. Which again, I was playing tennis against Amanda and talking mad trash to her too, how bad she was, and I was disappointed. But I could play it online or something. So that's the problem. Even when you do stuff with AI like that, it's not very fun because you get to. What is all this chaos noise in the background going on? They're not very challenging or they're not very good, even though I do keep dying to the fucking cops and stuff. But I'm almost trying to make it more meaningful. Like, look at us going around, just exploring and trying to do something else. And then if we happen to encounter combat along the way, then so be it. Right, but I'm not actively seeking it out. I'm not going to just start it for no reason. Even going into the golf course was kind of organic. Like, I'm just kind of exploring there. I just want to go there, take a stroll around, and then I got away. So there should be more like non-lethal options, in fact, aside from just the stun gun. I almost want to observe what happens to somebody with that. Like, the next opportunity I get, I want to do it and then wait, and what happens? They'll get back up, and like, how many times can you do it to them before they die? Right, so that I can actually do like a pacifist play style. Even punching people can have a similar effect, but it sometimes will kind of kill them, or they just won't get back up anyway. These hotkeys are a little weird. So 2 is the melee. I don't think you actually throw the hatchet though, the way that you might think. But we want like the ball for chop. That would have been cool. I should try to play golf with either grenades or make my own little mini game. Throw golf with that, or like get Chop's ball and do something with that. Try to hit certain targets. That would actually be kind of cool. I almost want to go back and look for it if you can take it with you, which you should be able to do. There should be more novelty things like that, even if it doesn't give you that as an option to do, like that it intends for you to do it or not. You could just have like this free roam sort of, oh, it's a ball that you can that has realistic physics and you can just throw it around everywhere. You can make your own little mini games with that, or all kind of similar things like that, where like these sort of free form open world mechanics are where you can build stuff freely, or where you can have just like objects with good physics that you can play around with. Telekinesis, like in Skyrim, you can throw objects into a bucket or something. Like, give us at least options like that. Or again, on one hand, people might complain like, oh, it can't be all just driving and shooting, right? Even though those are the core mechanics, but then that's effectively all they expect you to do, and then they don't give you enough opportunities to do it. So on one hand, people would simp for the game and say, oh, there's all these other missions to do and all these, miscellaneous objectives to do, like go take pictures of wildlife, photography, and this and that. But then on the flip side, the game's whole purpose is, oh, you're driving and shooting and stuff like that. So right, those are the core mechanics. That's what you're doing most of the story. That's what you're doing most of the game overall. Right, that's what all your items and weapons and interactions are all about, is combat and stuff like that. But then when you say like, okay, if that's what the game is about, then give us more opportunities to do it. Give us missions that really challenge us and create combat situations. And then you'll say, overly defensive fanboys would say, well, but it doesn't always have to be combat. You got mission variety, you got this and that. But if you have that, then the mission variety should be tied to a robust, fully fleshed out mechanic, instead of just, we're just doing some mission with Trevor at the docks, or we're doing some stupid thing like with see, at least like the tow truck is something you can do repeatably. So even though I'm not the biggest fan of it, it has some permanence to it, right, where you can keep doing it over and over. But like a lot of the missions, you do the little mechanic once, like mopping the floor as Michael. So then that should be a mechanic. I should be able to mop my house, or I should be able to do it anywhere on the street. And it should be a better, more robust mechanic. Or even the one where you again, you're on the docks and you're moving the cranes. I don't think you can do that again because you can't really buy something at the docks, I don't think. So, how do you get the ball? That's what I want. I know there is a way to do it, but maybe stepping in his poo. He's got the meat there, only the finest artisanal meat. You got the bone. How do I like play with him, even if I want to? I really don't know where it goes. No, I'm just looking for your ball. Don't worry, I'm not causing any trouble with all these weapons, I swear. That in itself is a puzzle. Like, yeah, really, where the fuck is his ball? I know it's a mechanic in the game. Maybe it's something at your house. You'd have to go back to your other house, even though it doesn't make sense. Bro is a millionaire, but he can't afford a fucking little tennis ball for his dog to play with. Yeah, what are you even supposed to do with him? Like, what if you want to... What if you want him to come with you or something? Maybe he doesn't like the mask. Yeah, you don't know how you interact with him at all. Okay, take Chomp for a walk. And does that mean I now have... Ah, there it is. There it is. Now I'm just using you for your ball. Not the first time I've said that. Like, I don't really mind you coming along, but I'm doing it mostly so I can play around with the ball in other ways, right? So we throw it here, and then he might crash my fun. So where did it go? Let's look at the physics on this. I don't even see it. We got it. So now we can drive together. He sits in the car, and then he calls shotgun, but now because we've brought him along, we can... And he'll help you in combat to some degree, but I don't really want that to be the case. So now we can play around with that ball freely in the world. Let's try to make some sort of challenge where we, like... Can we open one of these trash bins and... You know, test some sort of accuracy issue with it? Where you... Did you know that having pets from a psychological perspective is actually a power fantasy? And it's like, oh, you want to have total control over something that you otherwise wouldn't be able to in human life and interaction, so therefore you... you know, you do it in such a way that whatever, there's a certain power fantasy to it, that it's sort of selfish, you're taking it from its natural environment and stuff like that. Oh, this could really work well if you... That's what I was thinking, if you do this, but the problem is you can't freely manipulate objects, so it's like you would need to open it in a way that it's still standing up. Right, so you'd go like... I kind of messed it up. And sure, Chomp might go to get it, but it doesn't matter. We're going to become some kind of legendary baseball pitcher over here. We find one of these things, and then we can make a game out of it. Like, see how far I can throw into it. It'll be hard maybe to measure whether it actually went in there or not, though. The construction site... I keep leaving my car just in random places, which I shouldn't do. It should be like a very committal thing. Like... I have to keep it with me, otherwise I lose it, like, for good. Somebody has a bike over there, so I'm trying to almost play like a good guy, and high stakes, high permanence, like, if I die, it's actually a big deal, or if, you know, I'm trying not to pursue conflict too much, or if I die, it's a big deal. I don't have infinite ammo or weapons. I'm trying to restrict everything in a certain way. I'm trying to just do peaceful RP type of things almost in a single player context. That's what somebody would say. That would piss me off. Like, oh, so you're trying to do RP in single player. Haha. Except, aren't these the ones I knocked over? They just flip back up. As if you couldn't do this sort of thing anyway in any game ever. Like, come on, I just wanted to open. Fuck. How do you open the top without making it fall over? Damn it. See, like, there should be something you can use to manipulate objects somehow. Like a gravity gun, like in Half-Life or some shit. It's like I'm trying to get it to open, which a shotgun or something might do it, but then I don't want it to alert anybody either. What is this, number 6? Okay, let me shoot this open. Fucking... I'm just trying to get a trash can to open, bro. Reloading. I like how he says that to nobody. Maybe a shotgun would work since I've already committed. It knocked it over, but it didn't open the shit. Because like this angle isn't very good. I want it to stand up. Look how hard it is. This is something as basic as this. Will the cops actually come for this? Like I swear, I was just trying to shoot a trash can to try to kill a rat in there, or try to... I'm playing a little game with my baseball. Yeah, this is cool as like sort of a partner mechanic. You can also go around and start fights with... Like you go to a bar with Michael, and then you and Michael will be working together to fight the cops, assuming you aggro the cops along the way, right? So it's effectively a way to tag team into something. Okay, maybe I can knock it against the wall here with the vehicle in a way that would open the thing. It's so hard to do this. Okay, we open the top of the thing. Then I can go at various distances and try. See, that one's against the wall at least. Those are already against the wall, so you might be able to do something with it. See, some simple interaction like this with physics, it's so hard to do. Come on, kick that shit open. Maybe if I stand on this and then I try to do it. Look at this, dude. The hardest puzzle in gaming history to open a fucking trash thing. Maybe there's some weapon that would work well with it that I just don't realize. That's so annoying, man. The one that's sort of propped up against the wall. There are a lot of them, and you can freely... Oh, there it is. Oh, come on. Come on. The punch seemed to work a lot better with that. Ah, come on. How do you even freely punch versus doing that? They open so easily there. Now, can I kick it like back up, or... But then it'll open that again. It's very hard to get them to stand back up after that. See how easily entertained I am? I could do this for hundreds of hours, just go around doing this, but it's so difficult to... It seems like hard to control whether you're punching or kicking, actually. I can't seem to really do that. Look how I'm even kicking it in such a way that you're trying to get it open, but it's so dumb. I don't know if Chop can really die or get injured either. I don't think anybody would really attack him. Or he could maybe get hit by a car. Isn't that always the way? Everybody has that story from childhood where, oh, I had this dog and it got hit by a car. Okay. I also like the whole first-person driving and stuff, but I somehow don't feel like doing it right now. All I want to do is play like a little mini game with the thing. Or you could just find some other container maybe that is already open, but... Oh, see, like that was perfect. That's it. We did it. Because, that's it. Now, you might think, oh, now I have to keep moving it around, but I don't have to move it. Dude, don't mess it up. You don't have to move it around because you can just move yourself around from it. So if you hit the thing hard enough, if you hit the thing hard enough, it'll just break that right off of it. Now we can try to do all kind of trick shots with it. So this is what we can do. Let me try it from on the car, right? We're playing horse with the ball, but the problem is that I don't want him to pick it up before I get to do it. No, give it to me. What? Where'd he go? Oh, he didn't want to pick it up. Then I kind of cucked him, I guess. Can it actually go in there? I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Because now it's going to end up under my car or something. Damn it. Now, after all that work, is it not going to let me actually go inside of there? I can't tell whether it's... I can't tell whether I take it and then I'm making fun of him. You lost it. I can't tell whether it's just my bad aim or whether it can't go in there or not. Like that hit the front of it, so clearly sometimes it won't let me do it. Like you want to let Chop have his... Oh, that's weird. Now I'm all tabbed and the music is playing when normally it doesn't. But no, I've been having some bad luck with this. So not only did my game crash and my stream crash and OBS crash, but my whole computer crashed. Or I guess the game didn't crash at first. My stream crashed, OBS crashed, and then I go to Alt Tab to figure out what happened, and then the game crashed, and then then my computer crashed, so it kind of snowballed. I'm having fun doing this, or I'm trying to have fun doing it, but it's kind of just, I don't know. It's weird. This will be like the most slow-paced, potentially boring way to play it, but it's exactly the kind of thing I would do when I was a kid in games, or exactly the kind of thing that I would do. He's not very happy. Because I guess I normally ignore him. Wait, does he not want to come or what? Gotta get him a lover over here. But no, could he even ride on the bike with us? I guess maybe he could. But no, it's a case where, you know, I would just do kind of random things and wander around and really push the game to its limits and try to 100% it and try to even beyond that. Like, again, in WoW, I was an achievement hunter before achievements existed, where I tried to fill up like every area of the map just to do it, and I try, you know, just try to do every little thing, be like a perfectionist, completionist, just for the sake of it. Like, I want to explore every house, except you can't go inside, or I want to mess around with every little thing. I'm exactly the type of person to do that, but the only thing I don't like with this is it feels like you almost have to do that, and the reason why is because there isn't a whole lot else to do, and it seems odd to say that, but again, just remember, it's deliberate. It's deliberate because of the fact that, fuck me, it's deliberate for the reason that I'm trying to break the top off of it. Not trying to even hit you, but there it is.
Seriously?
But yeah, you're trying to make your own fun, but I don't know. I'm going to keep saying that, but there's got to be something I'm missing. Or like, what is it that people would do with that? Again, that's why they do RP. That's why they do RP, and that's why they do online. And that's why they might do mods and so forth. So I want to try all of it in this session, in this sort of little mini series that we're doing. Maybe not all at once. I wanted to do a session of Hearthstone at some point, but in fact, I almost want to do it here, but let me try to find a good little way to throw this, and just any sort of object like this that you could throw it into that would feel like a bit of a challenge. I do like all the NPC chatter. There is an insane amount of it where it doesn't feel like it repeats too much, or they always have something different to say. They put more effort into that than the actual content and gameplay. Like, they don't give you anything to do. But I'm trying to think of, like, what is an object that we could try to put something into, and the answer is that they always fall over, though. But no, it seems like the physics of it almost resist that a bit. You know, I should have to pay a meaningful amount of money to repair my car. That is significant and a big deal, right? Like, again, it's the sense of permanence that I keep talking about, like in Far Cry 3. Oh, if you want to refill your ammo, it's a big deal because it costs a couple $100, and then you know, it'll be a little playground over here. It'll cost a couple $100, and your total capacity of money you can carry is like 5,000 or something. So it's like, it's actually a meaningful thing. Or like in an RPG, like, oh, I have to keep repairing my gear every time I wipe in WoW, right? There's some maintenance like that. Here it's like, oh, you have millions of dollars. Sure, you could say it's because you've beaten the game, but it still sort of trivializes it. There's nothing high enough expensive to really make it worthwhile. You have a couple big goals to pursue, like the 150 million for the golf course and stuff, but oh, maybe the trash can could work. It's hard to know whether it even allows you to do that, though. See, like, let me try to go close at first. But you can't really even do it. He just drops it lazily, like a clown. But no, I like how that's actually what gets me to play Hearthstone. Is just, oh, I'm afraid that Spectral Ner'zhul is about to come out, and then, right, like, let's do section 2 of us all tabbing out of this and looking up Spectral Ner'zhul. Like, I just forget how it works, and I normally don't pay attention to stuff like this anyway, but it'll come out with the next expansion, I guess, or it'll come out. It says added 218, but you can't get it yet, so I don't understand. And there's not really much on it, so... But again, that looks about as close to it as possible. That's sort of before he becomes the Lich King, or maybe sort of as the Lich King. I'm not exactly sure, because he's not considered a Death Knight at that point, I guess. There's got to be something you can just go into, right? Like some open container, and then I can keep doing challenges where I, you know, try to keep going farther away or do it from a crazy angle or something like that. I had that one amazing spear throw in Ark where I hit like a bird. I can't tell, and then it doesn't let me pick it up because I don't want to break this guy's thunder. I don't really remember seeing this park very much. There's a lot of just random locations. Again, there's nothing really in them to do. So you were inadvertently playing fetch, but I'm really trying to play something else, like invent my own little mini game or sport. Like there's so many things you could do with this ball alone, right? That would be so cool, but you just need like something to hit or get in, kind of go into. Right, I'm just trying to think like a dumpster would even work if you can open this. It's kind of too big of a target though. Right, where that might not be good enough. And it's a situation where I just can't figure out something really satisfying to use it on. I kind of want to take off this mask too. It's kind of a little... Which I don't think you can do that really freely. I'd have to like go to maybe a store and then do it. But no, find like some little crevice or something to throw an object into. Those little trash cans only partly work. Maybe one of those mailboxes if it's open. I'm sure there's something like this that would be perfect for it. I just can't think off the top of my head. I gotta invent my own mini game here. Anything that's just like an open surface, right? An open object, a box, a trash can. Even like the little golf holes, right? We could pretend to play golf and then we're trying to throw the ball in it instead. Let's try to find a way to take off this mask. But no, think about like I could do this for hundreds of hours and it would be sort of fun, but you're missing the bigger picture, right? You could do this in between. Like, oh, I go out and do some epic mission that was like intense and crazy and satisfying and core gameplay and gunfight and everything. And then I go and then I do something like this, right? To kind of in our character's downtime, right? You go to work and you do some crazy mission and then you the aim is not what I think it is, but you know, you do that and then you come home and relax with your dog, take him for a walk and do all this kind of stuff in your free time. But where is the core gameplay that we're missing here with respect to the, you know, I could do that shortcut to the clothing store, but don't do that with a dog on board. Yeah, let's take off this stupid mask. I guess I could do it at my house too, but that's to imply that I just slept in the mask, I guess. Because I had it from last time. This won't be going fast enough though. Or they expect you to sort of do like a sudden turn. Right, which I'm not really good at doing. Like, let's try to do it without the special ability. But it maybe expects you to do that. That little swerve that kind of messed it up. Like, that's not a very impressive jump. You could have gone way faster than that, and it might sort of turn over. That doesn't seem like it went nearly far enough. I like the sound of glass breaking that whole time. Sun jump failed, as I would have expected, I guess. But we at least landed flat. That's a success to me if you don't flip over, at least. Do you have the ability to maybe do the clothing here? I don't know how far that even is. We got the little Carly Beth Goosebumps episode 1, the only episode I ever remember seeing for some reason. I always thought that was like an episode from the middle, because like, oh, it must have been such a memorable one where she wears that mask and it makes her all creepy and like changes her personality, which is a good episode, but it's not it's a good episode, but the fact that it's the first episode and it's the only one that anybody remembers, or at least that I remember, is maybe not the best sign, because it means that you're sort of probably a lot of the other ones later weren't that interesting. That's how horror stuff often is. It's like a little gimmick. Hey Jamie, how's it going? Nothing much. Like, it'll be like the Twilight Zone even is a really hit or miss. Some of them are really good and a lot of them are just like some little gimmick. You'll go through the whole thing like, oh, the twist was this, and that's all there is to it.
Look around.
Are they going to be mad that I'm wearing a mask? I just want to use your dressing room so I can take off my mask. For some reason, I can't. Or can you rob a store like this? Even I've never really tried to. I don't even really want to. Whenever I have Chop, I should be a good guy, but I am going in here wearing a mask. Or I can't even equip my weapons. I don't know if it'll even let me, yeah, it might not even let me do that. Or I could, like, shoot my way in. Like, I have the gun out here. That's so weird. There's got to be a way to do it. Because if I start shooting, it's closed. Come back later. It's closed when I say it's closed. Told you to be back. Now, yeah, let's test this idea. Does it kill you? Or, I mean, probably doing it to somebody's head might. But I want to play it like almost non-lethal where I look at this Windows 98 fucking operating system, but where like I can play non-lethal and not actually kill people. I was just seeing if I could rob you. I wasn't even trying to actually do it, but it sort of didn't let me because or this could be copyright music. I was literally trying to either take off my mask or the best place to hide at the scene of the crime, like literally where they were called to respond to, and then they won't find me here by the time it runs out. But no, I can confirm it wasn't. Oh shit. You know, he's not dead. I wish there were more non-lethal options like that, actually. Like, he's not dead. I'm playing it like a vigilante almost, you know, like Batman would do, but now he's gonna get back up. I've never really studied this. Like, how long do they stay down like that? The problem is the range on this is not very good. This is creating like a whole nother challenge play style to it. My aim is bad, but also just okay, dude. You can also do it in blind fire, I think. It can sometimes be good. Try not to hit them in the head. So maybe he did end up dying, but I'll at least take pleasure in the fact that I'm not trying to really kill them, right? We're trying to be like good guy Franklin over here. That's kind of overpowered. I shot him like in his dick, but somehow it didn't work. You could abuse the shit out of this in GTA 4. They made it a little worse here, but like it was so accurate in GTA 4 that you could just like, this guy's just fucking invincible. I hit him in his head there actually, and I didn't really mean to, but that is kind of weird that this seems to basically kill them. Yeah, the main problem I have with it is the range. I'm sure online there's more options like this, but again, they try to take a monopoly over everything, so you have to play online. We hit him in his arm, and then we watch him and say, like, he's not dead yet, but then they never get back up. Or he basically does just die. Or maybe if you wait long enough, they'll wake back up, but you know, we can abuse the regenerating health like crazy. That's not even going to work. Yeah, there's really nothing else like this. You know, what else would work is a taser if we had like a donut item to throw at them, haha, but you know, we have the little ball we were just trying to play with our dog and take my mask off, but it won't let me do that freely. So I went to a clothing store to try to take it off, and this is what it turned into. But see, I could do this almost literally forever. That's the thing. You find like one little vantage point to sit at, and like, isn't this fun? Like, look how impressive this is. I could just do this all day. This is how the story missions would go. This is why it's so easy to do a permadeath run. You can get hit as much as you want, but you just keep healing back and abusing that, which you didn't have the option to do that in GTA 4 because yes, there'd be little health packs and stuff around the mission room, you know, a big mission area, but it wouldn't, I love that. Ponsby is closed. I'll kill you as I'm trying to hit you with a non-lethal taser. That is so odd, though. Like, what's the point of it then? See, he's still alive, but he won't shoot. And he won't do anything. I'm just doing that to see the red dot, right? To show that he's alive. What? I even said he won't shoot. What the fuck was that? We let him... Oh, shit. We let him shoot the wall for like an hour, and then he just gave up and just passed out. Although this would be very dangerous if we... I'm even making a point to try not to hit them again like that. Let's see how long we can actually maintain this. Or he gets like one shot off, but then they die. That proves that they die, I guess, the fact that they drop their weapon. Part of the reason why I'm also doing this is because Franklin isn't really strapping with ammo. I deliberately limited his ammo for some reason. One of them always goes balls in. They always have like a Leroy Jenkins cop, right? Everybody else is standing in the window all day. by the door, and one guy wants to rush in and be the hero. And my aim is almost as bad as this guy's. But again, infinite regenerating health. The only way they can get me is if they rush me. So you could literally do this forever. And even as I say that, I didn't mean to do that at all. I don't see what's really so fun about doing this, but you could always find a funnel point like this. There was a good hallway in the hospital like that, or it's going to get to be where there's so many of them that it becomes a problem. And of course, Franklin doesn't have any special abilities to really do this. You could start blind firing now, I guess, but that was not what I meant to do. But that's also like a non-lethal hit, so also still not fired one single shot with, you know, like an actual proper gun. I don't know if it works on the SWAT guys, actually. But yeah, all it would take is one of them to rush me. Like when you look at the numbers, this is like what happens in the story, right? Or like all those Batman Arkham type things, they'll all attack you like one at a time instead of attacking you together, right? So if they rushed me once, I wouldn't be able to deal with it, but they come one at a time and give me a chance to deal with it. It even works on those heavily armored SWAT people, which you would think almost it might not. So I'm just doing this to farm ammo, of course. I am sustaining major fire every time I poke my head out like that. I gotta hit this guy with a blind fire, which I can't do. This is the one spot that they can really sit at and try to get me. What is happening with all that? What is that? Are they starting to tear gas me? What the fuck? Oh, I never really noticed them doing that in the past. But that would actually help me because he was about to throw it at me and I maybe interrupted him in the process. So now it's gonna hit them. Let them kill themselves, basically. There's still somebody around there, or maybe not. I love that. So they started throwing tear gas. And it would have ended up in here, I guess, to try to push me out. But yeah, like, this is literally the experience of the game, that you would end up doing this over and over in different locations, which is kind of cool, I guess. But you got to put some restriction on it, otherwise it's not fun, or they can't seem to aim with the tear gas well enough to get it in here. That would counteract my regenerating health, basically. You get the little red dot there, but it doesn't actually work. I've successfully done this without using a single fucking thing. I like how their tear gas is going to end up doing it on them, too. Like, it'll end up working on them as they're laying on the ground, stunned from this or whatever, trying to get through. So it helps me more than it actually helps them. I was like to blind fire this one, but I can't quite do it. How is that not working? Doesn't really matter where you hit them either. Right, you can hit them on the arm and it ends up somehow killing them. Some of those animations are so slow you get caught out there for like an hour. We're at 4 stars and they don't send you a military response in this game, even though they have a military base, which is odd. Never tell if there's somebody on the other side like that. I swear, all I was trying to do was take off my mask, or maybe it was a misunderstanding that, oh, you walk into a store with a mask on, or maybe it's a case where, oh, look at him trying to drag the body out. All these kind of RP-friendly things. All these things that you might not notice sometimes. Like, does that mean they're giving up, or? Yeah, what about all the other bodies you could try to drag out? Oh, fuck. God damn it. I gotta get better at the blind firing. You can kind of switch sides over. I thought somebody else came in here too. Whenever they rush you like that, that's my weakness, right? I can't deal with that. Or I have to melee them, which probably I wouldn't trust is always gonna work. You hear I can't even... He's too far, so I can't even hit him. They get shots off at me. I can't stop them, like, every time. If you do it again right now, I'm done. And my blind fire capability is really shit. I can't tell where he's actually going to go with it. They back off. So again, we're at 4 stars. It's taking a while to get up to a 5-star. But see how you can just pick one funnel point and do this as long as you want. Like, and this is without even using any weapons, but... Which you might think, oh, that doesn't make it too much harder, like with traditional weapons. But it makes it a bit harder because it would be, you know, you can only get one shot off at a time here. And when they keep rushing me like that, it does become an issue. you can barely hit them right when they're in the doorway like that. But oh, that was a bad decision. This is bad timing. Uh-oh. All it would take is one dude to rush me there, or some of the tear gas to actually hit my dumb ass. Ah, it's so hard to hit them at this angle. I don't know why. Now they're creeping in through the doorway. I don't know, my aim is so abysmal, or I can't really track where this is gonna go. They keep missing me with that tear gas, which is fortunate. Ah, that one missed shot is what got me. See, now I wouldn't be able to play as Franklin for the rest of the episode, but can we just take off that fucking mask, or I'll do it the next time? Well, I should still go and save it, or no, I should be forced to change to another character and then. But that was basically all I wanted to do anyway. But I was trying to play fetch with that fucking ball, or try to invent my own minigame where I can throw it in certain objects.
I gotta run. Love you.
Amanda doesn't say shit. She's a Findom mistress. I'm ignoring you as I take your credit card. Okay, let's go back to the house, which is close. I like that. Those videos, like, don't talk into the mic and I'll buy you whatever you want. Like, how to say you have an ignore fetish and a financial domination fetish all in one. Right? Ignore me and I'll buy you whatever you want. Which, just remember, with submission in a sexual fetish context is always about giving in to the stimuli acme, the overall, right, sexual inhibited desires that you have, period, not so much the particular other person who's arguably more interchangeable in that regard. You know, it may be some embodiment of the stimuli acme to you, like somebody you find ultimately attractive, but there's so much more nuance to it than just that. So there's a lot of projection in a certain way that you assume that a lot of things in society assume that being an intention and motivation, but also he sounded kind of like Trevor there when he said that. But yeah, you get to do yoga. Like, what are some of the mechanics in this game? And I wouldn't question them. I wasn't trying to do that. I wouldn't question that normally, but I would say that if there were other mechanics that were actually interesting, and you might wonder, like, oh, what kind of mechanics do you want? Even though you just hung out with Amanda, who the fuck would you even be potentially talking to? Your kids, maybe? Like, no, that's kind of a weird time to even say that. You can be all passive aggressive, but nobody's even home, and you know nobody's home because you just left Amanda there to go shopping or something. I don't know how exactly either. Like, if I'm supposed to pick her up later, she can just walk somewhere from there. Look at our daughter doing the pose. Right, you could make a lot of money doing that on OnlyFans. Just people love that pose. That's what it's called. I just heard from a friend. The pose is what it's called. It's super empowering too. So because I'm listening clearly, that's why she's not talking. But so Amanda, or that's not Amanda. What's your daughter's name? Amanda's your wife's name. What the hell is your daughter's name even? Tracy DeSanta. Even though it's not, it's Townley. Like, what a great thing. You make a fake name, but then you keep your same first name. Gave up acting to save my sanity. Of course, yeah, Michael's all into Hollywood and shit. Who is that? Are those like your parents or something? Huh, I've actually never noticed that. There's a lot of little flavorful things you might not notice. That's obviously the whole family, even though that doesn't look like Tracy at all. Who is that with the short haircut? Is that like your sister or something? That doesn't look like Tracy. What the fuck? She looks older. She has like shorter hair. I'm just trying to compare you to a picture. Hang on. Meltdown coming soon. It'll have your name on it somewhere. Or you'd want to hide the fact that you're involved with it anyway. Meltdown. Like, you'd want to, oh, I'm just telling my life story. Right, like a Henry Hill type of thing. Where you use the fact that you're a criminal as a crux of the story and everything like that. So... But yeah, I like how I'd play Hearthstone for that reason alone. Just that I would try to see if that shit is available, which I assume it'll be like almost with the next expansion, but is that Amanda? She has like a very unattractive face, almost like a resting bitch face type of vibe. One character, what's her name? Meadow, which is an amazing name, but Meadow from The Sopranos always had like a little bit of a resting bitch face, whatever that chick's name is who plays her. I wonder if Kama Sutra, good one. Kama Sutra, self-help for women. Okay, dude, maybe I'll look at Hearthstone just to see if you can buy that thing or not. But no, I'm kind of vacillating between these two sessions, which is actually pretty fitting because what you're doing is you're doing it in such a way that this is like a great nostalgia trip back to games that I played a lot in 2013 and, you know, many years ago, and haven't really played much since. I certainly didn't play this much since, and I also didn't play. I mean, I played Hearthstone somewhat consistently since then, but not really on a serious level. Just kind of random gimmicks and stuff like that, like not really trying to keep up with the meta. The biggest thing with that is if you're trying to keep up with it, is it would be like super time consuming in a way that's not really, nothing wrong with it, but it's not really all that fun. Like when I do this now, I'm very cognizant of my YouTube intention with it. Like I try to like, oh, I'm going to upload it to YouTube in such a way that, like for this week, my Hearthstone episode would be just one session of me trying to go in. I'd have a long ass GTA session to do, which is fun, but I should make a GTA art like the one I did for wait, why doesn't that work? This is supposed to be Hearthstone. What? That's weird. It literally says Hearthstone on that. What the fuck? Or wait, it is capturing, but it's showing me a black screen. That's so weird. Whatever. All I want to see is whether it's in the shop or not. The stupid ass Spectral Ner'zhul, which I've been complaining about and wanting, but it's still not him in the ice, nor is it him as a Death Knight. But either way, that's kind of as close as we're probably going to get. And I don't really understand exactly how, when it's going to come out. I'm just kind of paranoid because I do kind of want it. So I missed that whole StarCraft mini set because I stopped playing right around then, or I wasn't really playing at this point anyway. I just kind of played briefly to do why did I come back to it just recently? I was doing like a gimmick gauntlet finale where I did mage again, and now I'm playing shaman just because I'm waiting for this new fucking skin to come out. It does give me sometimes a desire to play certain classes just for that reason alone. You have like the Great Dark Beyond or whatever shit. How much do these cost in terms of gold anyway? It costs like 10,000 gold or something, which I don't even mind because, oh, it's only 2,500. That's honestly not even that bad. Right, so if you're doing it in a free-to-play sense, obviously you would expect that. So I don't know if it'll tell you like in the menu here, right? If you go to the menu here, I don't know if it'll tell you that, oh, that it's available in the shop. It'll say if it's available in the shop, you can buy it, right? Like how did you get it? But it doesn't tell you whether it's actually available or not. But no, this is like him as the Lich King maybe before he was put in the block of ice, or if, I don't really know. Like this would be sort of the in-between phase, right? If you're trying to take it literally in lore, after he's basically become the Lich King, but he's not frozen in the block of ice and everything. But yeah, I haven't played much of this expansion, although Archimon would be interesting to look at. Summon every demon you summon. You what this game? But no, yeah, this was a good subject matter expansion. The Emerald Dream is not a bad idea either. The whole StarCraft overlap was kind of dumb though, if you ask me. I'm just kind of paranoid, honestly. I want to make sure that we get this one right, unless it's part of some bundle, then I won't do it. But it says when purchased from the shop as if in a singular way, like random whiz-bang signature legendary. Yeah, this game has gone way too far, even with this cosmetics over time. So it's actually a hero skin, or I mean what do you call it? it's a shaman skin, obviously not a Death Knight one that I almost would expect. But that was the whole point. It's like, oh, when a Death Knight meets a, or I mean, when a paladin meets a shaman, they become a Death Knight, which is not really what a Death Knight is. But, or even the way they portray Death Knight sometimes doesn't make sense, because it's like, oh, a Death Knight is a paladin who's fallen to darkness, because the abilities and everything make sense with that. But anybody could become a Death Knight, like, you know, a warrior becomes a Death Knight, like the Sarfang's son. Or what if anybody could die and be raised, right? Like if a priest becomes a Death Knight, oh, they become a lich instead, or like a mage becomes a lich. So there'd be a Death Knight version of every class rather than just a Death Knight overall, right? So there could be a paladin Death Knight is a Death Knight like that we think of, but a warrior Death Knight would be different, or a, you know, it was supposed to be like the corrupted abilities of a paladin almost in a way, right, as a contrast to them. So if a mage becomes a Death Knight, they're not going to just magically start using a sword and doing that. They're going to be like a lich or something like that, or other, you know, that's to imply that every class would have its own version of you would have your own version of, this looks pretty cool actually, right? And then once the reward track's over, you can never get it again, or some of these things you certainly can't do. It's obviously not part of this set. And then you have, I like those card arts that are just like the full art, like it doesn't actually show anything else on there. But some of these are really dumb. I don't really like any of these. Gul'dan is okay. Their faces somehow look very bland or uninteresting here. And again, those are some things I've never done with the game. I've never gotten a level 100 on the reward track. I've never gotten a legend rank 1. I would say I've never tried to do those things because I've never played that much to do that. But even when I would get legend, then I would get bored and try to do something else. But then, and I've never, there was like one other thing. Legend rank 1, something else there, and reward track 100, and there was one, oh yeah, like getting a golden portrait or 1000 portrait, because I do it in so many different formats and sessions that it kind of doesn't add up quite right. Okay, see you later. Okay, so today is going to be episode 6 in my little mini series of GTA 5, and I have been enjoying this. I've been sort of just wandering around the world and trying to figure out what to do that could be fun in the single player once you've beaten the game, obviously, like just in the open world exploration. And I always say that Rockstar is pretty bad at that, right? All the Rockstar games are not very fun in the open world compared to other things like Bethesda or Ubisoft or other games, because those give you more structured things to do, whereas this is like, you know, again, trying to get you to play online. And that Rockstar Social Club thing is always so annoying. When I first played this like a few days ago, I had to do all kind of other shit to get it to work again, log in again, reset my password. Like, why, you know, think about the layers that you need to do that. You need a Steam account, then you need a Rockstar account, then you need a, you know, probably online accounts, something separate. Then you need, like, come on, how many different things do you need just to play a fucking game? There's Amanda. She's usually not around the house, actually, right? Let's try to avoid her. But no, I've been playing this in an immersive way, almost like an RP series, where like I'm not trying to seek out action. If a character dies, I can't play as them for the rest of the episode. I'm trying to do those core 3 gameplay mechanics, though, if I can. Like, try to attack the military base at some point. Try to fight the cops, obviously, as expected. And do the gun trafficking missions and stuff as Trevor. But no, like, I'll only switch characters if I die. And then I can't play as that same character for the rest of the episode. So like now I'm just playing as Michael just because that's who I left off with. I'm trying to play it in like an RP immersive way. So it's like, yeah, that's the whole joke of my title, obviously. We have GTA RP at home, but I'm not doing it in... where's my normal car that Michael has? The black one. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's take this one, though. This is like Amanda's car, I guess. So I'm almost trying to play like RP in single player, which is the sort of thing I would almost do in the past, right? With certain games. So like, let's actually play it sort of realistically, like where I can't die and I'm not seeking out trouble. And if it was a well-designed open world, to be fair, right? By me simply wandering around the world and not even seeking out content or combat, something interesting would happen. The problem is that it doesn't happen because, like, watch what'll happen. Nothing will happen. I'm trying to make my own fun, or like, look how big the world is, look how many, you know, things there are, buildings and this and that, but there's nothing to actually do with them, and I'll keep complaining about that the whole time. Even the amount of content that online has doesn't matter, because you can never appreciate it like that. You know, you don't get to do it in single player, so it doesn't matter. We're going for a late night drive to stay away from the family, right? Michael just kind of grooving out in his car to the imaginary music that we can't hear because of copyright reasons. And of course, I respect that, but I mean, this game actually has an amazing score because GTA 4, remember, didn't have a score at all. So some people might say, oh, that's good on a purist level. It's realistic that you... What is that sound? Is that the car? On a purist level, it's good. It's immersive that a game doesn't have music like, oh, Dark Souls, but you could just turn the music off and then have that same experience. So it's a net positive to have music, just like having a fucking crouch button. I can't believe a shooter game doesn't have that, but... And people defend it because people are shills and stupid, whatever. But, yeah, the music is amazing. And so even if you don't like it and you want it to be like, oh, every bit of music in GTA 4... This makes a weird sound when you're driving this car. If you want it to be like GTA 4, like every bit of music comes from a real life, like a realistic source. Like you only hear music when there's a radio, like either in a car or in a cutscene with a radio in the background. There's no other music. That gives a realistic vibe, but it also, is this like the Scientology place that you can kind of mess around with as Michael too? There's a lot of like little ongoing missions like that where you do like a whole bunch of missions for them and then it culminates in you just doing something anticlimactic, like, oh, just go up to the guy and kill him, and then that's it. Like there's not really like a big event type mission or something like really memorable. It's just like random stuff that you do a bunch of random stuff, and then the payoff is also random stuff. Let me check out this place down here. So again, I'm playing this almost like in an RP way, although I don't know exactly story-wise what I'm trying to do. I came up with an amazing idea for what I could do in RP because I want to kind of be a little more realistic. Like, where would you actually park if you were trying to go here? I could park on the side of the road like this. Would this show up now as like a icon, like my car? Like I'm trying to be like law abiding and actually good, and there's just no incentive to actually do that, right? Like there should be certain reputations or different things. You need like a long standing ongoing sense of permanence, right? Like, oh, like a karma system, like in addition to just the wanted levels, like a karma system, or like a what do you call it, like a bounty system that you see in Red Dead. And so I'm trying to play it sort of realistically, a little higher stakes, behave better, you know, not commit crimes for no reason, do everything with like kind of a rhyme and a reason and a context, a little more weight to it, a little more exploration, trying to flesh out parts of the map and do different things, even though there's not much that you really can do, and like only engage in combat and stuff like that when there's a good reason to do it, right? It's one of those things like sometimes, you know, less is more. Like, I could just go around and just look how many weapons and look how many, you know, how much I could do. But when there's no stakes or consequence or structure to it, it starts to feel meaningless because, you know, you want it to be like, oh no, I only did it because there was a good reason, or I only, you know, something organic. What the hell is water doing here? Something organic. What the fuck? Something organic happened to lead to it, right? So I'm not going to seek it out, which is kind of how you would play an RP, and that's kind of, what did I even pick up? That's the kind of thing that you would do in, oh, was that a parachute? Yes, of course, in school. Remember when you used to practice with a parachute at school? But no, there's all kind of those murder notes and stuff. So like, there's a few things to, like the UFO parts, there's a few things to go looking for in the world. The issue I have with it is there's no incentive to do it. Like, let's say I find one of those notes here, cool. But what am I even picking up? What are all these sounds? I'm not noticing what I'm doing. What's the incentive to do this though? Like, oh, I might find a random collectible, but there's nothing ongoing to do. It's hard to explain. Like, if it was Skyrim or, you know, a game like that, you would be here, but there'd be enemies, or there'd be an NPC, or there'd be a dungeon, and then you might discover something innocuous as you're doing that. Here it's like, I'm doing this just to explore the school or whatever this is. Like, that's it. There's no other reason to do it, right? There's nothing you're gonna find here. There's nothing, you know, interesting, gameplay centric. You're just doing it just for the sake of doing it. This empty, beautiful map, right, that's just there for fodder for online, which even in online, you might say a lot of this goes to waste, but they'll give you stuff to do there they'll give you other game modes, they'll give you other interesting things to do, they'll give you, you know, always the option to be fighting players dynamically in the world, so you might end up in a place like this. But yeah, if I was gonna do it in RP, let me try to think. Like, I don't know. This is a form of RP itself, just by like, look at me wandering around and I'm just exploring. Like, I'm not seeking out combat or conflict for no reason, right? I'm happy just walking around as Michael and just chilling. You know, let's just see what this is like. Let's pretend we're going to school, except you can't go in the interiors, which is such a, you know, mod friendly thing that there should be a mod that lets you do that. Right, that every interior is kind of fleshed out, which is a lot to ask, but it's unbelievable that there's just so much like wasted potential and value in this. It's kind of sad. But no, I got caught out in the hills one time, and then I forgot, like, oh, as much as I abused regenerating health, there was nothing to take cover on. So that's kind of one good way to enforce it. You go out to a place where there is no cover, and then you have to actually play it like a real man, which is not something that would ever happen really in the story, but this is a nice place. You can't even sit fucking down or simulate it because you have to literally, you don't have a crouch button. So even if I wanted to RP like I'm sitting, I can't. This guy seemed to materialize out of nowhere. And even when I was trying to be, I want like more non-lethal options too, which I don't think we really have. We have a 10th melee weapon here that we don't have with, I thought we had 9 with like Franklin or whatever, but I was trying to like tase people, so that should be my best option. Even though that ended up killing them anyway, which was kind of dumb, right? I was exclusively like using the taser, the stun gun, because whatever, we're trying to not be too aggressive here. So you want to do it with everything with a good reason, but there's not enough to restrict you or punish you or reward you for doing something different, so you end up just doing nothing. So like, again, only if somebody really comes after me, which this could be a content that people would find very boring. I don't find it boring myself. I'm the type to explore around, but I would like a little more structure to what I'm doing, and there just isn't. Right, like I could try to do some of the other missions, like, or like other mini objectives. Like effectively I could say like, oh, I'm trying to 100% the game without looking anything up, and think about how long that would actually take. Right. And while we do that, we can explore. So that's at least something to pursue. I just don't know how much of an incentive there would be to do that. Like, there should be something here, anything. We picked up like an item or two that may or may not have been a big deal. I didn't even really see what we picked up. But like a murder note, mystery, you know, whatever that is. It's like that little, oh shit, this would be cool. But you can't go in, as usual, with everything. You know, you could find these little spots to hide out at in RP. That's the thing with RP that also sort of doesn't make sense. The map is so big that how many people could there be that, like, I could just be chilling down there forever and nobody will ever notice me, and I could be doing something nefarious that, you know, I don't know. It just... Let's try to race this chick. Which would obviously be too easy.
See you at the gym next week.
Who is she talking to? Yeah, you're no match for me. I'm trying to come up with like a mini game or something. We could set like an obstacle course. We have all these mines and we could like try to run over them without triggering them or something. I don't know. It's just like a playground where you can do whatever you want, but there's nothing really to do in a meaningful, structured kind of way. Or like some sort of little mission. Even the random events that happen are not particularly interesting. You know, there'll be like some bystander, go fetch my bike. So it always makes sense for Michael to be like more in the city, but kind of Michael to be in the posh part of the city, Franklin to be in the more whatever ordinary part of the city, and then Trevor to be in the wild and stuff like that. Or yeah, like get a mod that makes it realistic, like the cops will arrest you for just breaking a red light or a stop sign or some shit. What the fuck? That really had nothing to do with me. See, I'm not seeking it out at all. What are the chances he would hit me like that? I had no idea where they were or what was happening. That's one of the most uncanny, stupid-ass moments I've ever seen. Literally, he just hits me out of nowhere. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just minding my business. I'll just take my compensation for the damage he caused to my car there. And you can have the rest, officer. There's always this undertone that everybody's corrupt in this universe. That's hilarious. He just rams right the fuck into me as they're chasing him. So again, that's not me seeking it out. I didn't do anything. I literally did nothing. Wait, what is this now? Is this part of the same school or what? Some of these locations are kind of cool, but there's nothing you can actually do with them. I just find that fascinating. Like, they designed all this kind of stuff with online in mind, of course, wink wink, but like, really, even in online, I guess, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. Like, even with online, there's not a whole lot to do with it. So, like, what the fuck? I forget how you exactly swim, actually. Like, how do you go under and stuff? Or this might not be deep enough to really go under? Michael seems like the type to enjoy swimming. Right, that seems like something he would like to do more so than the other characters. A man of leisure. Or some of these camera angles are actually kind of weird. I don't know which one I like best. That one zoomed out really far. That one's first person. This one's here. Like, maybe the second one here is okay. Or maybe even the... I can't remember what I was doing. Like, this one is kind of okay because it zooms out when you... it zooms out when you start running. Otherwise, you get into, like, that RP walk thing. Which I always make fun of that. Like, in Red Dead and GTA 4, that kind of surprised me. Like, oh, you kind of RP walk it out. Like... you go from like a RP walk to a run. There's no like in between. It feels kind of a little bit awkward. Yeah, this is literally what I could do with this, but let's assume like, okay, we're trying to 100% the game. So what would I have to do to 100% the game? And the answer is, I actually have no idea. Like, I'd like it to happen organically, but I guess I could look at some of the menus and stuff that might give me some clues as to what I'm trying to do. But also... you know, this is like part of the modern cynical state of gaming too. People would say, oh, it's too easy to do stuff like that. Like, oh, games are too easy now, even though they're looking up guides every step of the way. Imagine how hard it is to do something without looking it up. Imagine trying to find all the secrets in Skyrim. First of all, how long that would take you. But imagine doing anything like that without looking something up. It would be virtually impossible, or it'd take you forever. Or like in an MMO. So the same people that say, oh, it's too easy are the ones that would do it. That would look it up, guides every step of the way. So this is like this, certain communities are like that. So I let the cops handle their business and I'll be on my way. Fucking up Amanda's car. So now in RP, let's take it to the shop. I'm not really RPing like as a character as much as I'm, you know, like that's sometimes what it means to me, at least to RP. And I've done that in, you know, a lot of single player games in the past. You're doing everything like it actually matters, aside from, I guess, obeying the traffic laws. But like, oh, the car is damaged. Now I could just ignore it and go back to the house and there's no big deal. It will just magically repair itself. But no, I have to repair it because it actually matters, right? Like, it'll actually be broken unless I repair it, and she'll be mad at me and I have to do it, you know, do it for that reason. So I'd like to obey the traffic laws, but I can't really bring myself to care about that. Again, the game doesn't punish you enough or structure it enough to make that matter. Let's go check on my business here, which I forget what this even is. Like a theater or a restaurant or what? It's a theater. Or no, it's next to a theater. What a great thing. Even as the owner of a thing, I can't even go in it. Cameras operate in this, what is it? In this area. Okay. So again, it's literally one of the few locations in the game that you can buy and own as a business, but there's no interior for it, and you can't even do anything with it. Like, what the fuck? You better not piss me off. I got my taser, and it'll be super effective in the rain, right? Gonna electrocute you in the rain. But it was actually killing the cops. Like, it would stun them, and then they would recover briefly on the ground and fire like one more shot, and then they would die. So like, that's so disappointing, bro. Like, the few businesses that you can actually buy, you can't even go inside or interact with in any way. Like, what's the point then? That's so lazy. Like, why even make that a business you can own then? Right, if you won't even bother to make an interior. Let's go and fix Amanda's car, and then go back home, and then we can find something else to do. We could hang out with the different characters and stuff like that. Let's check out what's back here. I'm amazed that I haven't just stumbled upon some of those things, though. There's a number of doors that are like this, where they're... almost makes it seem like there's some secret in there. But... no, like, that I haven't stumbled upon some of those murder notes and stuff. It's like the murder mystery, whatever the chick at the docks is trying to tell you to find. But no, some of the payoffs for stuff like that, not that I even know that one, but you'll do some of these things, and the payoff isn't even anything worthwhile. It's like literally... a character will just say, okay, thank you, and I'll just give you like some shitty thing that you don't even want, and then that's it. Like, there's no actual value to it. It's literally just like they almost don't know what to do with themselves in this game. It's just like all fuck, like I don't know what to do with myself. But yeah, I played tennis against Amanda. Will that actually like hit me? Is you can't get any closer to it. Yeah, like, this is what you would do with yourself if you were trying to play the game in more of a low-key way, where you're not always trying to fight the cops. And see, doing this kind of thing would make it more meaningful. Kind of like that is the vibe of RP. There's not always going to be a cop chase going on, so when there finally is, right, like, you're going to be behaving and this and that. So when you finally do commit a crime or do something exciting, it'll mean that much more because it's higher stakes. If you mess up, you'll get arrested and you might lose all your money, and you know, it's a big deal. But also there's more build up. Like, you're not always doing it, so now when you do it, it's a big deal. It's a, you know, rare occasion kind of a thing. So this is like a garage that may or may not repair stuff for me, or I don't know exactly what. I guess it should, but I also own it, so I don't know what. It seems more a kind of thing that Franklin would own a garage. I don't know why Michael does too. But yeah, that's really disappointing that those kind of places don't have interiors that you can actually explore. I haven't been this disappointed by an interior since that 1977 movie starring made by Woody Allen. Even though this vehicle cannot be stored in the garage. Okay, fine. Even though that's a great movie, but a more serious one compared to Woody Allen's typical. I guess I could go check out the gun shop. It's not like I'm going to use the guns, but I'm just a collector, clearly. Which in the modern US, you know, freedom scape, you should be able to do that. Right? Like, I love that sort of backwards justification. Like, you have to justify why you need something. Like, oh, why do you need a gun? Instead of the other way, like, you have to justify why you get to take it away or prevent people from having it, right? You have to justify why you're stopping people from doing something, not why they have to do it in the first place. They don't have to justify that. What reason do you have to overextend and tell them what to do and stop them from doing something, right? Because then you're punishing innocent people for the actions of bad people, like, and so you're letting them win in two ways. That not only did they do it, but the act of them doing it makes you punish people who had nothing to do with it, ordinary people. So let's go ahead and get decked out here a little bit. Let's just buy everything if we don't already have it. These stupid ass glasses. Right, these are all things that I apparently didn't have. I don't know if this really counts towards the completionist thing. So you got tongue charcoal shades, tongue ash shades, tongue gray shade. Let me actually pick one of these. Tongue red, tongue blue, yellow, black, rosy. Yeah, let's go around with rose-colored glasses. This game is so good, even though there's nothing to fucking do in it. See, this is me actually being very objective, though. I'm not trying to hate on the game. I'm just saying, like, wait, why can't I buy the shoes? What? I thought you could. What? I was sure you could buy those. Please ask for boot. I was sure you could do that. You can buy the boots, the jacket. Weird. I'm disappointed. Super heavy armor. Oh, I kind of want to read these actually. This body armor offers good protection from small caliber handguns and projectiles, extremely lightweight and easily concealable. This lightweight body armor combines the comfort and mobility of a soft vest with the option of a hard armor that inserts for extra protection, featuring full-size armor. Like, what if I buy all of them though? I don't get how that. Yeah, you have superior armor. Full-size hard armor panels to front and rear with the option to fit additional soft side panels. This ballistic vest offers excellent protection from handguns and rifles. This heavy-duty ballistic vest comes with full-size front and rear hard armor panels and optional hard armor side inserts for all-around protection. Heavy-duty body armor features full-size high tensile. They're like running out of ways to explain this. High tensile strength ballistic plate to the front, rear, and sides for maximum protection against large caliber firearm projectiles and high explosive shell fragments. Blue bar is the body armor, which is so like light of a color that you can't tell whether it's full or empty, like the way it looks. But I'm kind of bummed out I can't buy any shoes. Like, why not? I was sure that you could do that, but I guess it just isn't working. E to browse armor, same thing. Like how you can buy these. Firearm safety certificates available here, only $35. Combat sniper rifle. See, we can appreciate all the art and stuff around here, like all these little details that they did put effort into, but that they never nobody's ever gonna appreciate it. This would be what Michael would be into. Wasteland Howitzer Garcia. I'll say some little cheeky tagline though. Yeah, maybe only Trevor can buy those shoes or something. I don't know. Field shooting vest, forest shooting vest, ammunition hoodie, and
You know what? Stop all the killing and robbing in this place. Every one of the sheep out there owning a piece.
blouser hoodie. Okay, let's actually do the ammunition hoodie. Let's rep for them. And we have the body armor as well. See, like, we're preparing to do something exciting, but unless it comes upon me, I'm not going to do it for no reason. And this is going to be like, I'm expecting there to be the shooting range there, but if you suspect terrorism, call the LSPD. Let's just buy anything that we don't have. And of course, what a great section that they could add in some future DLC. Or, oh wait, it's just saved for online because they're fucking clowns. Like that's something everybody should hate and never give them a pass for, right? They castrate and cuck the single player just because they want you to play online. And even if I do, okay, let's pretend, oh, I played online for years and I bought $1 million worth of shark cards. Can I get the content in single player then? Right, as well, in addition, you know, not even that I own all this stuff, but that I can earn it. Right, like give me something more to save for if I have everything else. So only Trevor really has a lot of money. I don't know why Michael and Franklin seem kind of poor, actually. Franklin was really poor. I had hardly anything on him. Primary parachute, custom parachute canopies for reserve, smoke trail, as if you want to like draw attention to yourself by doing that either. You know, buying all these doesn't make sense because, or you can just switch, I guess, then. Like, I'm buying them, but you would think they'd overlap, but it's just a design, so you could, like, choose it at any point, right? And these kind of things you have to buy separately with each character, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe some of them overlap, but Air Force, Desert. Wait, I'm not even seeing what's different, though. I don't get it. Like, it's not changing in front of me, so what am I looking at? I don't get it. How would I even know what I'm buying or what I'm wearing? Okay, desert just sounds kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, I mean, inspect is what? Like, whatever. Desert. What is going on? This is the reserve. Oh, we have the desert for that one anyway, so let's do like Widowmaker. Rainbow. Let's rep for LGBT pride and stuff. We were spending quite a bit of money here. Smoke Trail. What would Michael like? What was it? What did it look like when he was in that drug-induced dream? I wonder. I can't remember. Like I almost.
These drastic reordering occurs, weapons will be currency, and I will be a fucking millionaire.
Weapons will be currency. This single, I don't think I've ever read all the flavor text of all this either. Single barrel, I don't know if I want to even read this now, but single barrel sawed-off shotgun compensates for its low range and ammo capacity with devastating efficiency in close combat. This is the kind of thing that's always fun to use in first person. I could do that as a playthrough, like, yeah, see, let's really customize all this shit. Let's do pink. Michael's feeling a little frisky here. Max out the ammo, just get really all, or you can hit space there to buy the full. Default clip, extended clip, like I'd want to downgrade. What? Wait, why did it make me buy that when I already had it? I'm so confused by that. I had it and then it charged me for it. What the fuck? Scope. Yusuf Amir luxury finish. Now, who is Yusuf Amir again? I forget. I can't remember. Green tint. Let's do like the LSPD tint maybe for that. And then I like that though. Yusuf Amir.
You gonna be very long? I need to drop a deuce.
Yeah, where's the bathroom in this place anyway? Where'd the assholes who built this place put the bathroom? Classic line by Turetsky. Default clip, extended clip, flashlight, scope, suppressor, Yusuf Amir luxury finish. These are all the only things that are actually... Yeah, let's do it for this one actually, but we'll buy the rest of these. These are all things that I just never like really paid attention to much. And I guess most of these don't really have much flavor to read, but actually the standard assault rifle boasts...
Be dead before it hears the shot.
The standard assault rifle boasts a large capacity magazine and a long distance accuracy. Combines compact design with a high rate of fire, approximately 700 to 900 rounds per minute. As if that really matters. Like, I love hearing that. When would this ever be said in any realistic context? Even in the military. Oh yeah, you gotta fire those 700 to 900 rounds per minute. Like, why? What circumstance would you... Even in war, what do you have to, like, sustain fire? Oh yeah, I gotta blow 900 rounds in a minute. Like, when are you ever doing that? Especially as a civilian in the public. It may be able to do that, but like, why are you saying it like that? Standard shotgun ideal for short range combat. A high projectile spread makes up for lower accuracy at long range. That's the only fucking one in here. Who the hell is Yusuf Amir? Oh, he was like the developer. I think in GTA 4 he's mentioned. Playboy X says it to... Maybe he appears in some other way and I'm just not aware of it, but he's a guy who Playboy X was trying to get in cozy with by saying, oh, he's like a developer and I want to work with him somehow. But he, you know, he keeps trying to and he keeps getting ignored because Yusuf is too... He even kills a bunch of his rivals and then he didn't like it, so he holds like a whole... He holds like a service for them to show like, I regret that happened and I didn't want it to happen. Carbine rifle combining like he turns the site that he was going to take over into like a funeral for them, like a memorial for them. So then Playboy gets pissed like, oh, this guy's not serious, but he's just playing the long game because that's more important, right? You got to keep up your appearances. That's the only mention of him that I know. I mean, I don't know what else. He might have some relevance in the online here, or I don't remember seeing him in the single player. Combining long distance accuracy with a high capacity magazine, the carbine rifle can be relied upon to make the hit, but I can't because my aim fucking sucks. Will I even be able to afford all this shit? The use of Amir thing on every single fucking weapon in the world. This is kind of fun, at least. I'm kind of just customizing everything that I actually hadn't done before because I'm... I never really bothered looking at all this. or I certainly didn't read all like the flavor text to it. This is known as an all-around good submachine gun, lightweight with an accurate sight and 30-round magazine capacity. Like look at all these cool weapons you have, but what do I have to use them on? Oh, nothing, because literally, like, pretend, not even like for moral reasons, like, oh, I don't want to kill the cops because, oh, I'm like Elon Musk and that'd make me feel like a bad guy. No, it's like literally, what do I even do? Right, just in a structured mission contextual sense. There's nothing to do, I swear. Like, it's not even me being, you know, kind of peevish about it. It's literally just there's nothing to do. Okay, this one is going to be fully automatic. This is like one of those old school gangster movie ones, right? Fully automatic shotgun with 8-round magazine and a high rate of fire. Right, I love the ones that Johnny uses in The Lost and the Damned. He has some pretty cool guns, like a, you know, kind of like this, where it's a rapid fire shotgun. Platinum tint, platinum also known as the other version of silver that nobody likes. I always make fun of it in card games, like, oh, I got to get to platinum rank. Like, I totally forget the platinum rank exists. Like, oh, let's go to bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and then legend or whatever. Oh wait, there's platinum. I totally forgot platinum even existed because it sucks and nobody likes it. The most lightweight and compact of all the assault rifles without compromising accuracy or rate of fire. Here we go. Oh, at least that's different. It's not always Yusuf Amir on all these. In fact, let's do it then. Gilded gun, luxury finish. These are kind of cool that it gives you something to save money for, right?
Like a friend of mine I accidentally shot at a party. What are the odds, huh?
Most lightweight and okay, I read that. Features armor-piercing rounds for heavy damage. Comes with laser scope as standard. Oh yeah, I'm maybe forgetting to buy ammo, but maybe not. Which again, I'll never use because look how decked out I am. It's like I'm preparing for something, but there's nothing really. Again, whether I'm doing it for like, oh, I'm trying to be a good character, or whether I'm doing it just for, I want it to be more organic what I decide to do. Right, like I don't have any inhibition about doing something, but I don't want to just do it for no reason. Or yeah, this music could be something in the background too that gets you copyright, but it's kind of so light that I don't think you can hardly even hear it.
I also sell a kit for filing off serial numbers.
Okay, standard sniper rifle, ideal for situations that require accuracy. Long range limitation includes slow reload speed and slow and very low rate of fire. Okay. Just which one haven't I used? Like green, but green is kind of shitty. That doesn't look green at all. That looks so bland, like gray. There's nothing. Or oh, this does have. Never mind. But there's still more online. In fact, I don't know how they fit all the same ones then. Maybe some of these get replaced by some of the ones that are on the thing. Or maybe for this purpose, I should almost turn off the mute. I don't think you can even hear it, though. I don't care. It's so light. MG, general purpose machine gun that combines rugged design with dependable performance, long range penetrative power, very effective against large groups. Did we get I keep thinking I'm forgetting the ammo. Yusuf Amir, he has a monopoly on these, but I like the one that was the gilded finish too. Let's use a couple of those since I'm spending so much money on them. I'd be the type of guy to do that too. I'd be like a minimalist in a game. I'd be a completionist and a minimalist. I would get all this stuff, right? So like I'd save up money. Oh, let me buy all these, you know, cool skins, but then I won't actually use it. I want to use the base one, but I still want to have everything, right? I want to have it, but I don't want to use it.
Best time to make weaponry decisions.
Fuming, like I'm about to do something dirty with it. Lightweight, compact machine gun that combines excellent maneuverability with a high rate of fire to a devastating effect. Actually, a pretty dark thing to do, considering I was just at the school exploring around, but clearly I wouldn't make such any implication. But no, I mean, we're playing this as realistic RP as possible. A portable shoulder launch anti-tank weapon that anti-tank very relevant because there are actually tanks in this game, but they never come after you unless you're in the military base. That's kind of irrelevant. Anti-tank weapon that fires explosive warheads, very effective for taking down vehicles or a large group of assailants. Which, yeah, we'd just be randomly expecting to do that. I'm a big fan of the sticky bombs. That's one of my favorite things. You throw it onto a car as you're kind of going around, and it's just kind of very cool. Right, that's one of my favorite maneuvers. I'm chasing somebody or being chased by somebody, and then I get them with a sticky bomb, or I have it prepared ahead of time and make them walk right into it. So this is a compact lightweight grenade launcher with semi-automatic functionality. Holds up to 10 rounds. And my money is barely going to carry me here, but it's okay. Okay. Or they don't all have the Yusuf Amir thing, but a lot of them do. And the flashlight sometimes you don't even want, but this is almost like a Gatling gun. The devastating 6-barrel machine gun that feature, oh, it even says that. It features Gatling style rotating barrels. Very high rate of fire, 2,000 to 6,000 rounds per minute. This is very fun to use in like Fallout. I always loved it in Fallout 3.
If you need advice, I am a weapons expert.
Yeah, like they have a lot of those sci-fi alien weapons or other kind of stupid stuff like that. Okay, let me just hurry this up. You have assault SMG, a high capacity submachine gun that is both compact and lightweight, holds up to 30 bullets in one magazine. And Yusuf Amir again, bro. Holy shit. I don't mind using it. I just don't want to use it for like every single one. Then bullpup rifle, the latest Chinese import taking America by storm. This rifle is known for its balanced handling, lightweight, and very controllable automatic fire. The gilded one, at least for some variety. Some of these are so fucking expensive, dude. $12,000 for just a fucking skin. Combat PDW. Who said I'm not gonna have enough actually? Who said personal weaponry can't be worthy of military personnel? Thanks to our lobbyists, not Congress. Includes integrated suppressor, army tin, all this kind of shit. I don't really care. And then, oh, we're definitely not gonna have enough for all this shit. Army tin, green tint. It seems like it'd be right for pink actually somehow. And this one, we have a lot of ammo. Gold tint. Damn it, I'm actually out. I can't believe that. I actually ran out. How? Fuck.
Quite a selection, huh?
Damn it. Okay, so I've hit my limit there. And I maybe could buy a little bit of ammo with what's left, or... Well... It gives me something to save for. At least Yusuf Amir cleaned me the fuck out. Go make some buildings with it. What I also missed out on is all the explosives and shit too. It's not like I'm saying that somehow, oh, I don't have enough. Like, oh, I don't have enough weapons. Like 0 out of 10. Right, that the online ones would be necessary or something like that, but it's just different. I don't know. So let's actually fix Amanda's car. Do some late night garage thing. Then I'll go hunting maybe out in the wild. There's like an icon that shows you like a little hunting thing, but I don't want to do it as a necessarily a mission. Like, let's just do free form hunting. Like, I'll just go and look for something to hunt and just do it. Right, manually. So I clean out Michael's whole money, which I don't know if there's like something I have in stocks, or how can I have nothing else besides this? I'm so confused. I probably have something invested. My portfolio. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Return over investment, Bossack. Oh shit. Yeah, I was wondering where the bulk of my Americans not going to the gym prefer pump and run. Yeah, that's supposed to give you clues of it a little bit. That end up being sometimes a little bit too obvious, but you know what? Michael's the type to, well, we'll think about it, but Michael's the type to want to keep it invested somewhere else then too, right? He's the most likely to day trade. Right, he even talks about it with Lester, so he's into that. Franklin and Trevor don't really care about that as much. So I'm going to try to repair Amanda's car, but she's going to be all upset at me for being gone this long. But she could take my car. Yeah, Michael's the one who's like the least redeemable almost, because Trevor's just crazy, but at least he like realizes he's crazy, so I wouldn't feel bad if he ends up dead somewhere. Even Michael says that he's probably dead on the side of the road somewhere. And then Franklin, I can understand at least where he's come from and what his motivation was, but Michael's doing fine. Michael's in witness protection in a nice big fancy house. Like, you escaped, you should feel grateful that you're still alive and you weren't, you know, whatever, you ratted your own people out, and yet you still want more. You want something else. You know, you're doing it just for the thrill of it, not even for the money. I guess you were maybe having trouble with that a little bit too, but you were, I don't know. What was I doing? I want to find like a garage. I try not to use the map too much either, to play it like really immersively. And clearly, like, I know the game like the back of my hand, but where the fuck is that garage? Or maybe it won't show up because they'd be closed now, but I don't think that's how it works. Or yeah, this was like Northern Lion's favorite character because, oh, he would be bald or whatever. He would make, well, they can all be bald, but somehow I think he was especially fixated on Michael. Now can I use like Franklin's garage here to... These aren't really garages like where they fix your shit though. They're more like, I don't know how to explain. It's like that's like a car wash too. I don't know where this is actually. I have no idea. But no, you got to be weary about the strip club, although it'd be the kind of thing I would do in RP. So as long as you don't show them naked and as long as you turn off the music, it should be fine. It'd be interesting to see if that part gets muted on the thing, on the VOD, where I'm in the gun shop buying all the stuff and reading all the flavor text. But no, there's just something weird about the way this all feels like I want it to be meaningful or immersive somehow, but oh, here we go. That's the pay and spray that I'm looking for. And then from there, I want to almost just go hunting. Since we got all that hunting gear, it almost puts you in the mood. And it gives you a different reason to use your weaponry than just, you know, whatever, causing chaos. So it's at the bottom here, I'm pretty sure. Pay and spray, which is a classic GTA fixture. Which I have 11 million to deck out my shit with, but I won't even worry about that too much. Let's just repair it. Since it's my wife's car, I'll respect that. Your vehicle has been repaired. Right, like we'll respect it. If it was my own vehicle, I'll deck it out how I want, but for her sake, I will go on a little hunting trip with it though still. Let me go out into the wild up north a bit, and then I'll try to just find something to hunt. I'll try to do it more organically, like I'm just doing it, not like within a structured mission or something. I'll try to do it more freely. What is that? Oh, find your income. That kind of scared me actually, the prompt. 153k. I was like, what the hell is going on? That seemed like way too much actually. Franklin and Trevor were only making like 5,000 or something. You made like 150 here. I don't know what happens if you go to there like with somebody else, but I think you won't be able to really interact with it. What is this? Sometimes the NPCs freak out a bit even when you're not really doing anything. No, let's try to get out of town a little bit. And I will let's try to tase him without killing him. Or, well, there goes the repair for Amanda's car. Let's try to chase him a bit and see what he does. But I don't want to kill him. I don't want to kill him. Damn it. How do you, can you even use the taser in here? Ah, no way. No way. Are you serious? So now, what do? I have to give up. I failed the one little miscellaneous objective I was trying to do just because I couldn't switch to that shit. Now, assuming that this is gone, right, I would have to go through insurance to get it fixed again, or I could try to knock it over. Like, what if can I call like a tow person or something? How does that work? Yeah, like, Abigail acting up, Amanda Blimp. Is there some mechanic like that? Like, Paul Franklin for a tow? No, I don't want to bother him. That would be interesting. Like, what would I actually have to do now in a realistic way? This guy with the bike kind of jukes me. I could try to flip it over, but assuming I can't steal a car, like, how would I solve this? Where Amanda's gonna be mad, and I would have to get a tow truck and then do it myself, assuming that, or I could work together and I could switch to Michael to Franklin and do it as him. See, like, assuming that this is all very consequential, so I'd have to remember where it is, and then I'd have to go find a tow truck, which they are very hard to find, right? Those are not very common things. And I would have to somehow get it with permission, and that should almost be something you can do, that you can like call Franklin to do that for you. Maybe you can't even do it as anybody else besides Franklin. I don't even know. I'd have to remember where that is, and unfortunately, this will turn into a whole mission right now. See, sometimes these little things are more meaningful. Like, every little thing matters and feels like such a big deal. So because I did that, now this will take me like an hour to figure this shit out. I have to go on a little quest to recover the car. It'll push back my hunting trip till next episode then, because now I have to do this. So I could have knocked it over with another car, but I don't even have another car. And then even if I did that, I can't even... How would I bring the other car back then? Right, assuming I can't steal, assuming I was going to try to get that guy, but then I messed up. There's a little stun gun thing. Assuming the car would even stay there, and assuming I can even remember how to get back there. And this is like a garage itself. Just when I literally did the fucking... Oh shit. Can I even afford that? No. Just when I repaired it. Now this is gonna take forever. Like, I don't even know what I'm looking for. Like, I'm looking for literally... I'll have to get my own car and knock it over, or I would have to get a tow truck. Those are the only two options. And I don't think finding a tow truck is going to be very easy. Even if I find one out in the wild, then, oh, I can't steal it because I'm trying to be realistic. Right, it's too easy to either get away from the cops or do some... do something in a way that makes it feel a little bit less believable. Like, there's no real penalty, there's no real consequence, there's no real weight behind it in terms of so we would run all the way back to my house because there's no... I guess I could take a look at that body armor, taking like a champ though. I could take like a taxi, I guess. That's actually a logical excuse to do, but I would have to like sit in there and do it. Like, I'm not gonna skip it, right, to make it as immersive as possible.
Hello. Yeah, can you send out a cab to me? Not a problem. A driver's on the way. Great.
We have all our hunting gear decked out for that little hunting trip that I wanted to go on, and I spent a fuckload of money in the gun store, but then again, I had the 11 million, I just wasn't using it. Like, it was in the... Oh, here we go. Now, do you hold it or do you just press it? I forget. Okay, it's like the opposite of how it worked in GTA 4. Let me turn this shit off, or I can't even. Where's my house? Yoga would probably actually Can I... Wait, how do you change the radio? Wait, I can't...
I'll get you there fast, buddy. Sure, we
What?
can stop here. All right, let's hit the road. All right. Here you go.
What? I can't...
Yeah, I'll drop you here.
How do you... How do you do the radio?
I'll get you there fast, buddy.
The fuck? Okay, fine. I'll just turn it off from here, but... I thought you could tell them what radio station to use, and there was even dialogue to that effect. Oh, great. Even here it wants to show me as an example. No. Fuck. Okay, now we'll sit in here, and I will go to my stupid-ass house. Or it might end up at the vehicle impound at this point. But the problem is I'm not even going to remember where it was. Okay, can you just go?
Rockford Hills. All right, let's hit the road.
That was a little odd, but I couldn't turn off the music. I hate that you have to do that, really, but if it's in the game, you should be able to do it. And it's not like I'm making a point of it, right? I'm not making a music exhibition out of it. No, I don't even know where that thing was, right? The car. So either it's going to be there or it's going to be at the impound. I could look on my phone in the meantime. Property management. Got out of the hospital. I must have not ignored her and not picked her up or something. So this guy's actually going to obey the traffic laws, but it's still better than getting there on foot. And since I can't, bro just broke a red light. Let's call the cops on the fucking cab driver. This guy just broke a red light. So I wonder if that's ever happened, actually. People might do it because they might feel like their life is at risk. Like, oh shit, this guy's gonna get me killed.
Man, I love America. Home of the brave, all that.
Bro's really pandering. I don't know how well you can even hear some of this. I don't know if the volume's really adequate, but so yeah, this shouldn't take too long. We'll get back to my house. Get a little scenic route of the town. The Daily Globe. See, that doesn't seem like a joke name. That just sounds like a regular name. The way that, yeah, everything has to be like... Ammunition is one of the coolest names in GTA history, right? That sounds so awesome. That one's just kind of iconic. But... Pay and Spray is okay. I guess it's not really too special. So it was somewhere towards the edge of town on the northern side if you just go towards north on the compass, but I don't know. I don't know how long vehicles like that stay around necessarily, right? Like, it would be stupid if I go back to my house and the vehicle's back there. Like, I don't want it to be back there. I'm doing all this to try to recover it. So again, the game can sometimes be too forgiving or too lenient with stuff like that. Cutting across in front of a truck like that. I mean, this guy... Oh, okay, he didn't have to do that at all. The light was green. What was that? What was that? The light was green. He stops, waits for it to turn yellow, waits for it to turn red. It's like some karmic delay. Like, oh, he broke a red light earlier, so now he wants to make up for it by stopping on a green. Like, this guy's colorblind. Can you drive a car if you're colorblind? Because then you won't know all the sign colors and the lights. Like, would that actually be a prerequisite for not giving you your license? I like how it turns into a comedy of errors too. Like, I'm not even trying to do anything, and then I encounter the guy with who stole the bike, and then I fail to catch him and flip over, and I go to repair the car, and then now it flips over, so now I have to save the car. By the time I get there, I'll not even be able to do it. Like, what is... Oh, looked like he was getting way too close to that guy. But yeah, the driving in this game is pretty good. I mean, a lot of people made fun of the driving in GTA 4 because it felt kind of awkward or stiff, or it's like you're driving a boat even in a car. But it's a case where I like one thing about it though, the delineation between the worst cars and the better cars, right? At least it does a better job with that. Whereas here, every car seems kind of too good. From the beginning of the game to the end of the game, the cars feel relatively similar, right? Like the shitty cars and the better cars all feel kind of similar. Everything seems kind of too clean sometimes too. Like look how reflective that truck is. Like it looks way too pristine and beautiful. Or there was a mod like that that made everything look too clean. Even I don't know what the protocol with like using mods either is. Like I don't think it would matter for a small channel like me anyway, but like I don't want to do something you're not. Why is he doing all this? I don't want to do something like you're not meant to do, but I don't know. I guess I could just look up if somebody else has streamed it, but then that's not even true either. There's sometimes people will do things that you're not meant to even do, right? And just nobody cares or nobody notices. So we got hit, we fell on the ground a couple times and stuff, but our body armor is still full. I don't know what exactly happened with that. There's a stop sign and kind of redundant, isn't it? It's a stop sign and a red light. So what does that mean? Like he's looking there. This red light is for us. That makes no sense. You have to wait till it's green and then still stop, or it's just telling you to stop for the red, but then there'd be no need. I don't get it. It's interesting to see how the AI tries to figure this shit out too, but he stops sometimes when he definitely doesn't need to. But yeah, we're just kind of doing this in a bit of a RP immersive way, which I've enjoyed this, but now I kind of want to, I don't know, maybe that'll be the goal. I'll try to 100% the game, but that could take me a fucking lifetime, which is kind of cool to think that, but if only there was a little more of interest to do, whether it be some of the content from online integrated in here with the different weapons, or some of the missions, or some of the, you know, vigilante missions, or gang wars, or, you know, different things like that, or whether it be some other structured kind of missions that you can do there. I mean, just make a one-to-one translation of all the online content into here, and that'd be so good, and I don't see the problem. I would pay literally $60 for that if they wanted to be a fucking dick about it or whatever, but they just... Now guess what's gonna happen? The car is gonna magically appear back here and it'll ruin my immersion because, you know, sometimes you want things to be a little less convenient and handed to you because... Now what is bro doing? What is bro doing? It was green. He what the fuck? What is he doing? The fuck is this? Sometimes the AI will bug out. Okay, dude. Okay, let's just get me home before the world goes fucking nuts. I would make an attempt to try to recover the car, whether it's at the impound or whether it's at the impound or whether it's at the thing. Like, what? I better take my own car now or she'll get pissed. But whether it's at the impound or whether it's at the like, really, what happened to that yellow car? Is it at the impound or is it at where I left it? And the reason why that's relevant, I should have this thing ready to... Fuck me. But this is my car, at least, so I wouldn't care as much about that. I love how that guy randomly hit me, though, when I'm not even trying to do anything. When the cop was chasing earlier around the school. I hate this. If you miss, it kind of makes you go through the whole thing again. I don't know how to really do this freely. So we go towards the northern side here. And we try to find that... I'd love it if that car was still there. Right, that'd be really cool. Right, that if it had a sense of permanence to that you put the car and then it stays there forever. So we went relatively in this northern direction. Okay, I'm not exactly being very RP friendly now, but I would definitely have to repair the car regardless, which, see, some of that would have like some cost to it. Like, oh, that's a big deal. You have to repair your car. It's going to cost you money, but it's not, because it doesn't cost you that much. Like, you know, and you have so much. Okay, now this is kind of the wrong path because this is going to be where Franklin lives, kind of. I'm not sure exactly where we were with that part of town. where the yellow car would have been. And even if I do that too, it still doesn't make sense because I would have to go there twice then. I'd have to go there now, and then I'd have to go there to pick up this car again. Right, it's very odd. So it could be in the impound, although I didn't get a text for it. So I really can't remember where that would be, and the reason why is because it was somewhere towards the northern outskirts of town as I was trying to head out to go hunting, but I don't know exactly where and how I got off track from it. It would be... I like this idea of trying to learn the map, though, with... what is that? Trying to learn the map, like, with... without actually using it. Like, I'm still using the mini map, but I'm not using the full map. This would be Michael's kind of jam, just to like go fishing here or some shit. Which is not something you can actually do, but right, just enjoy the scenery and go fishing or go boating. I associate Michael a lot with water. Like, he'd be the type to want to swim. He'd be the type to want to do a lot of that shit. This is actually really close to something else that I was surprised by the other day. Like, yeah, like Franklin's house is like right over behind there, I guess. A lot closer than you think, but you can't see it from there. You can see probably Franklin's house from here, but you can't see it here from Franklin's house because it's like I keep expecting there to be something, right? That's the great bait of this whole thing. Oh, we explored this area, there's got to be something here, and then there's nothing, like always, because that's just how the game is. There's nothing anywhere. This looks like a big congregation, but they're just kind of chilling. Kind of a cool area. So now somewhere here we would have the northern respect of the, again, where that yellow car could be. I don't know exactly. This almost seems right. Now I won't know whether I'm in the wrong spot or whether it's actually gone. It'd be so cool if it was still there. It was like upside down, or it would have caught on fire and blown up by now. It was somewhere around here, I swear, like Franklin's garage. We were looking to take it to repair, and then we went around some little park type thing and chased the guy and flipped over. I could just buy her another car, but just in principle, like, I should know. I was going sort of towards the northern direction at the time, so it shouldn't be that hard to figure. Be somewhere around here. I mean, it would have to be, right? Sort of seems maybe like up this hill, or it's more than likely it's just not even there. Right, that it probably despawned, but I don't know exactly where that spot was. It was somewhere around here, I know it. We got sort of turned around by that guy on the bike, so then I don't know. Up and Adam. On one of these kind of roads, like just there on the side. I really can't drive, or I'm just trying to go too fast. I'm too impatient, and again, whenever there's no consequence, you do stuff like that because who cares? Like, I'll just go repair it. It doesn't matter, really. I should maybe at least be able to mark places like on the like that on the map if it's something I have to come back to. But this is Michael's garage. I tried to like repair it here, but I couldn't put the car in there. And then from there, I maybe kept going to Tequila Place, and then I was trying to go up north, but I can't go. This just leads like out of the city, so You know, we were around here, and then what did I do from here? I don't know. So Amanda materialized her red car, but the yellow car, I have no idea. But no, that would be something that's a cool mechanic. Like if you leave a car somewhere or something like that, it stays there kind of forever no matter what else you do. And the reason why is because you would like to see that sense of permanence in the world. Like you put it there and then it's always there forever. I can't find it, and so I don't know. Maybe we could go to the vehicle impound for it. Yeah, I like when you have something to do like this, though. Although this one you probably won't be able to go in there either, because these are your base actual cars. Right, like your character's own car can't be put in there, I guess. Wait. I thought this was the tequila thing. So, oh, it's just a business. It's not even a garage. Or why does it... That icon doesn't make sense. I don't get it. That icon makes it look like a garage. But I was definitely here before, so I don't know what I did after that. I have no idea. I sort of... So I failed my little sub-RP mission of trying to save the car because I have no idea what happened with it. Right, even if I did find that spot again, it wouldn't be the same anymore. It could be somewhere like up here. But it wouldn't be too much further up because then you're going out of the range of this. Pictures on Vinewood. Okay. Yeah, we go through all that trouble to repair it and then we end up not even being able to use it. Or whatever, fucking it up in a different way, flipping over. Trying to chase that clown with the bike, and everything's gonna look different like in the daytime too, so I won't even be able to appreciate it if it was something different, like where we could have been. CNT, also known as contrivance in my debate format. SPD Vinewood. Okay, I give up on that. Let's see if we can go in here. Of course, another interior we can't go into. Yeah, we wanted to go on like a little hunting trip, which now I won't have the energy to actually do, but I don't know. We can go to maybe the vehicle impound and try to find it, or I don't know what. Without using the map, that could be difficult to even find where that is. Or actually I turned off the music, which again it conflicts because you want the music on but you don't want the radio on, which is a big difference. Radio station radio off, but it doesn't save that like all the time. Some of these menus are a little scuffed. It kind of takes too much effort and commitment to kind of go through them. So Amanda's going to be upset, and I don't know exactly where that car is going to be. I don't really care about the state of my own car either. This is the garage here that we had. Again, what would be really curious to see is like, would the car have even still been there? Because I don't know. This will be like the theater or something that we own as well. Obviously, Michael, the movie fanatic. So our house is not too far away from what we were doing. Like, what kind of witness protection program is that where you get a tennis court and everything? Even Lester was questioning that. Fuck me. I can't drive. So you had the red car there. Now that's gone too. Like, what is going on with these cars?
Yeah, it was a tough day at the office. Thanks for asking.
Well, you don't have a right to be. Oh,
Doing this if I'm not getting thinner?
they didn't account for the character model design to be able to make you look thinner. But basically,
There's a reason why most people haven't heard of fucking kale.
college prep fat camp.
Weed. Should be left in the ground.
Drink whiskey with the great return to our lovely wife. But basically, Fabienne is that guy who is training her. So she's still using that even though they kind of broke up. Yeah, let's try to black out. Let's see how much we can drink. We'll wake up in Markarth. If you know, you know. Yeah, keep going. How much you gonna let me do? Fuck it. What happens? I've never done this where I had to do this much. But no, now her car will just magically reappear here, and that's no fun. I love this. Like, this is the kind of interactions you'd get. This is maybe not very RP friendly, but after that difficulty, we know our wife's gonna yell at us, so we're getting ready for it. We'd rather be passed out and then she'll feel bad for us. Or like, that bottle doesn't look like it's getting too much emptier. Yeah, we got our little ammunition hoodie, and we got a whole bunch of Yusuf Amir fucking decal. How much can he handle, man? Oh, he's gonna stop it. I want him to actually black out.
Oh, looks broken. You don't want.
Everything's gonna be obviously exaggerated. Is she gonna be mad? Or now?
Hey, Michael.
Is that because I'm drunk or just she doesn't like me? Let's smoke too. Why not? He'll be more friendly. I love that. She just walks away. She said no and left. The one picture I couldn't tell whether it was supposed to be Tracy or somebody else. This is what it's all about. Get wasted, get high at the same time. And Michael doesn't do too well on drugs where he has all those alien hallucinations and shit too. It just takes on the form almost of like a sim game where, you know, oh, you're trying to do all these RP type of things. Like, what if I do it with this? Will it do something? If I do this enough times, like, I have to be the only person who's ever tried this ever because nobody else really cares, but it turns into some excuse for RP, like, but this will be boring because this animation takes too long. At least the whiskey one was fast. And I'm still pretty wasted from that. But no, he wasn't even sitting down and really enjoying it. He was just fucking chugging it down. I don't know how you can even keep track of vehicles like that. Like, you have your base vehicle, but then, like, for Amanda's, for fuck's sake, I don't know if you could watch the TV and stuff like that without getting in trouble. Probably, because that's just more like in-universe nonsense that they'll do. But sometimes if it's music or a song, they'll have some reservation about it. Yeah, this has been like a week straight of me playing GTA, which is just me doing stuff like this, which, again, I'm the one dude who would enjoy it, but I don't understand because clearly this is having no effect on you, so I don't know. You're just going to die of lung cancer. Or did we expend it all? What the fuck, man? See, you might think, why do I keep doing it? But it's like, if it lets you do it, I want something to happen. You're gonna stink up your own fucking house, too. That's one good... Amanda's drugging the maid. So the drunkenness wore off. I'd be curious to see, did Amanda walk away because of that, or just she was on some scripted path anyway? That doesn't seem like the kind that would really get you high, though. I don't know what he's really smoking. Okay, I can't do that all day, but we didn't really do anything bad under our Fly US.
Cooking microwave, you use a lot of pots.
Your airline tickets. Can we see what that's actually about? Are we going to get jealous? Or are we going to have some... She's trying to run away with the kids, or... I don't know what that's for. Some vacation we planned together because everything's happy now because...
When people watching me.
You can't clean with people watching you. It's like using the bathroom. Perfect tools to bury a body, the kind of thing that Michael would never do. You can probably drink green juice. Like, I love all these random interactions. Like, they're nothing. They're just stupid. They don't have any impact on anything. At least the drinking could be a challenge. Like, okay, let's try to go around drunk. And we really, like, overdid it, too. Like, not even tipsy. Like, we were going nuts with that. Yeah, no, do it again. That's the one thing he can't tolerate. He can drink a whole bottle of whiskey and he can smoke for like an hour, but he can't drink the fucking green juice. So, only thing I wanted to see was if I could do something. Oh, are the physics of this going to be fun to mess around with? If it wasn't stuck in the wall, it might be. A lot of objects do actually have pretty interesting physics, but you can't really use it. Like, there's no way to interact with it. You could use weapons on it, but, you know, you need like an item that somehow hooks them and moves them freely. But no, you can't even sit down without some prompt to do it. Right, like on the couch there. But this is it. This is the game. Like, this is what we would actually do with it. I tried 100% it somehow, which I'm kind of at a loss for how I would even do that. I don't know where to start or what exactly.
Mr. Jimmy Bean in the saucepan again.
Already repeating dialogue. Let me only thing I wanted to do is solve the mystery of the car. Like, I don't understand. Where did her fucking yellow car go? There was a red car here too, and now that's gone too. That might be Tracy's car. I'm gonna fuck up my whole family's cars, including mine, with the way I was driving. I don't know. It doesn't say that it was impounded. It doesn't give me any feedback. Is there something like that would show me my cars or what? The of course it's the middle finger there. Like, can I call the vehicle impound to see something? I don't know how you get feedback on stuff like that, actually. I'll just assume it'll just respawn, but that's no fun. I should have to pay some price for it. Or we could just buy another car like that. Whatever kind that was, which there wouldn't be anything quite like that. Because, right, the default cars are kind of in their own universe a little bit, I think. Right, they're not meant to be repeatable. Aircraft, war stock, dock tees, cycling, autos. Yeah, none of these really look like it. This one kind of looks like it. If we just paint it yellow, she won't even know the difference. Maybe this one looks kind of like it. I think probably the closest one is this one. Let's make it yellow. My favorite in Mirror Park is the sporty little guy's easy to park, great handling, anti-lock brakes, the stereo that plays power pop hits. Ironically, go team.
Cannot wait.
Thank you for shopping in Southern San Andreas. We're arranging transport your vehicle. Okay, so now where does it go? Does it go to my house or it goes to my garage? Which even if I get it for her, now it won't stay here. But I'll pretend like that counts. Thank you for the order delivered to my garage. What if I didn't have a garage? Then it wouldn't be delivered to my house. I guess you just couldn't get it then. Now here poses a problem, or I guess I could just leave this in the garage, but then see, it doesn't let you do that. So now if I go to get that, I don't even know where my garage is from here either. Now I'll have to go fucking looking for it. Or I mean, maybe you have multiple, but it's so hard to find things when you're not right, when you're not using the map. See, that's what we take for granted in the modern gaming landscape, right? That everything is sort of spoon-fed to us, and then we do that. I find that funny too in some of my videos, that people even say that, oh, this guy is like expects the game to handhold him. Meanwhile, I'm not reading any flavor text, or I'm making it harder for myself. So I'd be the last person to actually want that. That doesn't mean I'm always going to figure everything out or be the quickest or smartest at doing that. But I mean, like, I reject the pretense behind it. Like, I'd rather get stuck and have to figure it out and make mistakes, and that's fine, instead of, oh, I want everything to be easy and spoon-fed to me. Right? Like, people don't appreciate the bigger picture sometimes of what it's about. So this is not it. I'm going to remember where everything is, though, eventually, so that'll be satisfying. But this is the stupid tequila place. Here's the garage. So now the only question becomes, how do I get that there without this going somewhere? And the answer is this won't be able to go in the garage because, oh, it's my base character's car. Right, with respect to I went totally the most out of the way direction to get there. But no, there's a sense of like value on the online, like, oh, you got to work your way up, and I don't want to store it. I want to go in the garage. Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, why does it always assume? I just want to see what's in there. Now, will this car still be out there when I'll back out and ram into it? So this is the one we just bought. E to select a special vehicle. What even is that? And where did my base car go? See, that's not realistic at all. Or is that the one I don't even know if that's your base car. But no, let me go back home with that one and put that in my home's garage and be like, oh, I'm making it up to Amanda. But then hers is gonna magically be there too. Or like, see, like, look how I'm trying to value actually every little thing and how things snowball. That's the most fun thing. Something organically happens and then it turns into a whole big thing. Like, oh, I was trying to chase after that guy with the bike randomly. Right, somebody stole somebody's bike. And then from there, I accidentally flipped over my car. And then from there, I was trying to go to either get a tow truck to pick it up or to repair it or something, or knock it over, and then I couldn't find it, and then it's probably gone. And then I feel like I have to buy another one, and then I have to make it up to Amanda, and then, whatever. So this looks similar to that, at least. Right, it's got the yellow color, it's got some of the same vibe to it. It's got whatever, and so I'll leave it here. I'll even put it in here, assuming my other car didn't magically appear here again. So
Daddy's back, bitches.
what? Wait. What is that? What happened? It was driving on its own. What? Oh, he just immediate. Okay, now you have to repair that. What the fuck are you doing? As soon as I park in here,
You're gonna get used to exercise.
what happened? That's like bugged out. As soon as I park my car in there, he's immediately in there and driving it. He wasn't in there with me. He's immediately, and when I go to, I'm so confused. When I go to get a car that I just bought, it has the 2 coffees in there like I just got them myself. But, he's immediately in there and driving around in my garage as soon as I get in there for the first time and get out with a new car. And then he's hitting the wall. Like, that'll be his job to repair. Then we can blame it on Jimmy, the clown that he is. So what a productive, eventful day where I didn't die as Michael.
A different man. Hey, oh, he just walked in. Bye.
I hope you ain't talking to the cops.
Right, so what did we actually do? Let me try to recap. We wait, oh, I don't even know where my own bedroom is. What did we do? We start off, we go and we look for, I was just sort of wandering around, and then at some point I decided to go to the ammunition. Then I buy a bunch of guns and weapons. Then I am going to go on a hunting trip, but then on the way I get distracted by the bicycle guy who stole the thing. Then my car flips over. So then, well, first of all, I try to repair it because I'm damaging it a bit, Amanda's car. Then I am going to try to then I get flipped over. Then I try to either rescue it with a tow truck or flip it over with one of my cars, but then I can't find it. So then I go buy the car. Like, we turned it into a whole thing about Amanda's car, right? They were worried about pissing her off, and we took it, and Jimmy immediately goes in there. There were a couple funny moments today that almost seemed like bugs. I'm just driving along, and then somebody's running away from the cops and hits me from behind. And then this one where I get a new car and I'm going in the garage, and then Jimmy's already automatically in there and already driving around. Okay, see you tomorrow.